Alrighty, everybody, welcome back to another live stream here on the channel. Hopefully everyone is having a great Monday so far. I think it's funny. Hold on, I'm just gonna check. Yes, it is Monday, August 18th, 2025. Glad to have everybody in here for another stream. Welcome everyone in the chat, and welcome to those who may not be chatting. Glad to have you here. And yeah, let's just dive right on into this. We've started a little bit early just so we can watch Recon's trajectory on this storm, and also talk about the storm a little bit before we get Recon into this thing. So over the last about 24 hours or so, Erin here not really changed a whole lot in terms of the structure. We did get a pretty good eye going into the overnight hours that intensified it up to a 140 mile per hour category 4 hurricane. And I do have to change everything at the bottom because I forgot to. So let's go ahead and just start with that. So it is a 937 millibar. 937 millibar, so it's dropped an okay amount, you know, not like an insane amount, but a decent amount. And it is slowed down by 2 miles per hour. It is down to 10 miles per hour, and it is moving generally northwest still. So still the same trajectory, even though I think it is moving more north now as opposed to northwest. And this is as of the 5 p.m. update. So 140, 10 miles per hour to the northwest, northwest at this point. And it is a 937 millibar. That is all correct information there. So yeah, that's all your new NHC update right there. But the biggest thing that happened in the last couple of hours, 5 p.m. Eastern time, we got these bad boys right here. If you're new to the channel or may not have been here during the 2024 hurricane season, this is the color for storm surge watches. So we have storm surge watches out here along the outer banks of North Carolina. And actually want to mention back out here off the coast of Wilmington, the lifeguards around this area, they mentioned they have rescued over 50 people from the rip currents. These rip currents are no joke. Over 50 people were brought out from the rip currents and had to be rescued by lifeguards out here just off the coastline of Wilmington, North Carolina earlier today. Most likely that number is probably close to doubled at this point, unless they've changed something in terms of like waving, higher alert flags or closing down portions of the beach. Already 50 plus. They said at least 50 rescues, and that was as of about 2:33 p.m. Eastern time. I believe we received that report from the from lifeguards out there. So a lot of rescues have already occurred out there because of those rip currents, and it's not even the worst day for rip currents. So we're going to start with that because that's probably going to end up being one of the more dangerous portions of this system because it's going to be in such a large area here. So I'm going to go over to the storm. Let's see, not the storm surge. We're going to go to the rip currents here. And today, if this map wants to... Okay, the map is a little bit bugged here, but you know what? At least it is a map. So here is the map. It's supposed to be a satellite map. It's just a big white blob instead. Over here in North Carolina, Wilmington is right around in here. Somewhere in here. I don't know exactly where it is. I feel like it's up here more. Wilmington, where are you? Yeah, okay, I was right. Just want to double check. Yeah, it's right in here is where Wilmington is. And they're at a moderate threat. That is a 2 out of 3 for rip currents. So we have a no data, which means they're not, there's nothing's being received from that area. We have a 1 out of 3, which is low. 2 out of 3 is moderate. 3 out of 3 is high. And today, we have a lot of areas under that level 2 out of 3, but some areas back up in New Jersey, Delaware, and much of the eastern coastline of Florida are all in that 3 out of 3 for rip currents. And then look at tomorrow. It is almost the entire eastern seaboard of the U.S., all the way from just barely north of Miami all the way up until just southwest of Rhode Island here under a 3 out of 3 for a high risk of very strong rip currents all along the eastern seaboard of the U.S. So a lot of beaches are going to be closed tomorrow. And if they're not closed and you're swimming really anywhere along the eastern coastline of the U.S., I highly recommend being very careful. Don't go far out whatsoever. Make sure you're swimming near a lifeguard if there's a lifeguard. Take extra precautions and even, if need be, cancel those plans to go to the beach because it is going to be a pretty dangerous situation. Like I said, over 50 rescues alone in just barely southeast of Wilmington, North Carolina. And that was only for like the first portion of the day. I haven't gotten any more reports, but I'm sure it's probably getting close to 75 at this point because those rip currents going to be pretty strong tonight and then even stronger tomorrow. Whilst I have y'all here, might as well talk storm surge. So, evacuation still underway across the coastline, eastern coastline, North Carolina, along the Outer Banks. Highway 12 has been jam-packed with traffic. At some point, it was completely stopped moving at some point for the evacuation routes here along the islands and the Outer Banks here of North Carolina. And you can see the storm surge map is 2 to 4 feet. So this is some of the largest storm surge we've seen here in North Carolina in a pretty hot minute. I don't remember storm surge like this in 2024, and obviously not yet in 2025. So we haven't seen storm surge 3 to 4 feet in a hot minute here in North Carolina. Maybe 2023. I'm not 100% sure. I can't remember that far back, to be honest with you. I wasn't chasing hurricanes at that point. So, yeah, 1 to 3 feet all the way from up here. I believe this is still Virginia, way up here, all the way through Virginia Beach, Norfolk, all the way down into northeastern NC, the far eastern coastline of North Carolina along the Outer Banks, all the way back down to Beaumont, and then continuing with that all the way down towards Wilmington, and then even almost into Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. That's where we're going to see 1 to 3 foot storm surge there, and we could see some isolated amounts, some waves, rather storm surge as high as 4 feet. And remember, storm surge is different than just ordinary waves. This is the entire ocean level kind of pushing up, 2-3 feet here, maybe as much as 4 feet in certain spots, and then 1 to 2 feet a little bit more inland, just past these kind of outer islands, the Outer Banks there. 1 to 2 feet more inland on some of those lakes and further inland there with storm surge. So very dangerous storm surge is a possibility, and this is your storm surge watches currently in effect once again there in the pink. I could look at this storm inundation, but I don't expect this to be anything crazy. Yeah, it's really just going to be like the very coastal areas, and we're talking extreme coastal areas of the Outer Banks, and actually just as big of an issue is most likely going to be the wave heights. We're looking at maximum wave heights probably about 25 feet out here along the coastline of the Outer Banks in North Carolina, and that's going to be able to go over Highway 12, and most likely at some point we're going to see Highway 12 need to be completely closed down to the public after everybody is done evacuating there. So there's the cone of uncertainty. Tropical storm warning still out on the Turks and Caicos extreme southeast side of the Bahamas. Closer to the middle portion of the Bahamas, tropical storm watches have been issued. Tropical storm watches also now out for the coastline of North Carolina. If you tuned into yesterday's live stream, it's a big, easy shift. Very easy to tell that we have seen a huge shift in the cone to the west-northwest, a lot closer to the coastline of North Carolina. This was about 250 miles away. The cone was about 250 miles away from North Carolina yesterday. It is about 150 miles now. So we've had a 100-mile shift in the NHC's cone in the last 12 to 24 hours here. And they have gone ahead and pushed that major hurricane. They do have a major hurricane parallel now to kind of Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. That was a little bit more south on the last update. So maybe expecting a major hurricane to last a little bit longer, as opposed to the previous NHC updates there. But the biggest thing is that wind field. That wind field, I told it to Lucky too. Don't get too caught up in the strength of this storm, because the size of it is going to matter a lot more than the strength of it, because we're not expecting a direct landfalling system here out of Erin. We're expecting it to just clip North Carolina. So the larger that wind field is, the better chance we have for up to hurricane force wind gust along the Outer Banks there in North Carolina. So I do want to show you one thing here that is really cool with the WeatherWise app. Let me go ahead and pull this out. So this is to give you an idea of how large the future wind field may be of Erin. Let me see here. I want to go to there. Do that. Perfect. So look how much larger this is going to be getting in size. And you can see they are forecasting potentially sustained tropical storm force wind speeds now for the Outer Banks there of North Carolina. And you can see the hurricane force wind field is going to grow quite larger as well. And then, of course, it's going to dissipate as this becomes more extra tropical like, and then it will be completely gone later down the line. So much larger storm. Right now, it is already a substantially larger storm, but that wind field is going to continue to grow in size. And you can see it still may be a bit of a close call for Bermuda. Even though this thing is shifting more and more west, there's still not the entire confidence that tropical storm force wind speeds will miss Bermuda. It's not impossible for some tropical storm force wind speeds, probably more of wind gust. I don't think we'll be seeing sustained tropical storm force wind speeds in Bermuda. If anything, it will be those wind gusts of like up to 40 miles per hour there being the worst for Bermuda, if we even see those wind gusts occur. So just wanted to show you that, because that's a cool feature I found out on WeatherWise the other day. Is they show the future projection of that wind field. Another thing to reiterate with this is the cone. You can see how through much of this cone, if not almost the entire cone, it looks like there's always going to be tropical storm force wind speeds outside of the cone. So impacts are not limited to just the cone and the cone of uncertainty and the exact path. It's going to be with this system especially well outside of that cone. So you can kind of see the white outline here of the cone, and there's always tropical storm force wind speeds outside of that cone of uncertainty, even in 5 days when that cone of uncertainty is absolutely huge, because, well, model guidance gets worse as we go on. That cone of uncertainty is not even big enough to cover the entire forecasted sustained tropical storm force wind speeds. So it's going to be an absolutely huge system. And for those who may be wondering how to get this, you click on the cone. I had no idea the cone was interactive. Click on the cone, go to the cone of uncertainty, and you have the public advisory, forecast advisories, wind speed probabilities, and there it is right there at my cursor. I'll circle it in black as well right there. Forecast wind radius. And then I'm going to disable that. And you can do other things too. You could do wind speed probabilities of tropical storm force. And you can see North Carolina has been upped on the 5 o'clock advisory. We got up to that 20 to 30 percentile chance of sustained tropical storm force wind speeds. Could see wind gusts as high as, at this point, the NHC is saying 50 miles per hour. But can't rule out a gust potentially getting as high as hurricane force. It might be a bit difficult to achieve a hurricane force wind gust, especially if we don't get any good outer bands impacting the coastline of North Carolina with Erin. So I'm going to go ahead and turn that off too, because I don't want that to be too much in the way there. So let's go back over to Radar Omega. Once again, there is your main pinpoint forecast from the National Hurricane Center. Currently still a Category 4 hurricane with winds sustained at 140 miles per hour. Central millibar, minimum millibar of 937 right there. And still moving off to the northwest, although it is beginning to take a more northerly trajectory now. Tonight, still going to be 140 into the overnight hours, and then also still going to be into the Category 4 status. Even maybe as late as tomorrow afternoon, this could still be a Category 4 hurricane. And then eventually it will slowly start to weaken into Category 3, still maintain Cat 3 status there. And right here is where our forecast is a little bit more uncertain on the intensity. This thing could be, 140, or not 140, there's no way, 125 high in Cat 3, or it could be like 100 mile per hour Category 2. It could be anything between that 25 mile kind of difference there. Anything between as high as 125, anything as low as 100 miles per hour. But again, that really, it matters to some extent, but I don't want you to focus too much on that, because the wind field is going to be the main ordeal that we have to keep an eye on as this goes east of North Carolina, west of Bermuda, because depending on how large that is, it may or may not impact North Carolina, and it seems more and more likely it is going to impact North Carolina. Another big uncertainty is if this thing can regain Category 4 status again somewhere in this general area here. I'm thinking that we won't end up seeing a Category 4 again after this weekend's beneath Cat 4. I doubt that is going to be something we end up seeing, but it's not entirely impossible for us to see that go ahead and attempt to re-intensify. It just depends off of wind shear, and right now that has been what the name of the game has been today. A lot of wind shear, a lot of northwesterly wind shear impacting the system. It looks pretty good now. This is about the best it's looked in the last couple of hours. You could see a lot stronger hot towers, a lot cooler cloud tops, especially across the southeastern side of this storm. So this is actually about the best it's looked in the last few hours here. And we'll see if that continues. Like I said, I think it's going to sustain Category 4 status for about the next 20 or so hours, and then it's going to divot back down to Category 3 status, and there's a chance it shortly becomes Cat 4 again before going right back down to Cat 3. It's not entirely impossible for it to get Category 4 status again right here, because you can see here 120 miles per hour, just 10 miles per hour shy of Category 4. But once again, we're not really going to be focusing on the exact speed and intensity of this thing as it goes parallel in North Carolina. I don't want you to get focused on that. The main thing is going to be the wind field, how large the storm is going to end up getting. And right now, I mean, man, our whole entire mesoscale sector, it doesn't even cover how large this system is. There's still some outer bands barely north of Haiti and the Dominican Republic, and our sector can't even see them. So if we go a little bit broader view here, downgrade our infrared satellite to here, you could see your tropical storm force wind speeds. Let's see what the NHC has it at. But I'm sure they go still, yeah, that's what I was thinking, all the way down still to the Turks and Caicos there. And that might even be a little bit larger, honestly. We might even have that a little bit larger than what the NHC is having currently for those tropical storm force wind speeds. Very, very large wind field. They already have a radius, I think, of like 200 miles or so from the generalized center. Yeah, about 200 miles for a radius there extending out from the center. And then, of course, from southwest to northeast, it's about 380 miles at this point. So it has grown very, very quickly, and it is continuing to grow, and it is hopefully going to continue on a weakening trend. So it should get weaker with time, but likely larger with time. And again, this is literally like the best it has looked in a long time. Let me load this up. Probably ever since this morning. I mean, really, let me go all the way back here. Yeah, so you can see it was very much fizzled out through this entire portion of the day, the entire midday. It really hasn't looked this good ever since the eyes started to close about 10 a.m. this morning. So this is almost the best it's looked in about the last 8 or so hours. That eye probably is not going to be clearing out again anytime soon. I imagine that's going to stay closed for quite a while. So let me see if we have any questions in the chat here. Chances it runs up to Cat 5 again in the next 20 hours, slim to none. Very, very low chance. We've got pretty good wind shear hitting this system now. So I doubt this is going to be able to get over 140 mile per hour Cat 4, and then it should gradually weaken. What's your opinion on impacts in New Jersey from Erin? Just coastal areas, got to keep a very close eye on it, especially if you plan to go to the beach. You know, very strong rip currents, high waves, and just make sure you're checking with your local National Weather Service if you have any beach plans. I'm in VA. Should I start to worry? No, if you are in the coastal areas, like I said, if you're like right on the coastal regions of Virginia Beach, just keep an eye on things. Check with your local National Weather Service and local officials and meteorologists. Probably want to stay out of the water. I would stay out of the water all day tomorrow, all day Wednesday, and possibly even all day Thursday. Most likely, I would stay out of the water for the next 3 days there off the coastline of Virginia. But if you're inland in Virginia, you'll be perfectly fine. You'll be perfectly fine. Let's see here. Yeah, it is pretty slow moving, 10 miles per hour now. If we go to that new NHC update, you could see, it's actually not going to show it on here, but it is moving at 10 miles per hour. You can see the scroll at the bottom. I just updated that. That's from the NHC. So it's moving at 10 miles per hour now. So, yeah, Recon is getting into the southeast side of this system here, and I believe that is tropical storm force wind speeds being recorded by Recon at that point. I mean, maybe a little expansion of those tropical storm force wind speeds off to the southwest, but it's not any huge huge change. Excuse me, I just finished eating. It's not any huge change there with the tropical storm force wind speeds. Recon's not finding it like absurdly far out from what the NHC is saying right now. Is that because it's turning? Because it's turning? Is it strengthening because it's turning? Most likely not. It could just be the fluctuation in intensity. It may try to intensify further, but I'll go check that wind shear again. I'm pretty sure that wind shear is keeping it at bay. Let's see here. Haven't checked this in a good 6 hours. Yeah, there's still 15 knot wind shear from generally the northern direction. Yes. It's because it's turning. That's why it's slowing down, yeah. It is turned pretty sharply off to the north. This morning, it was definitely moving more west. You could see the change here in trajectory. It definitely ended up moving slightly more off to the west, and then now it's starting to veer right back on course. Like right there, you could see it was moving west-northwest at one point, and then it started to fizzle out, and now it's moving... For a little while there, it was moving due north. You could see it was moving almost due north for 2-3 hours there. So, like I said, when we have these wobbles, a lot of the times the hurricane's just going to wobble right back. It's just going to wobble right back. It's not on the same track, and the thumbnail's not misleading. The coastline of Florida is going to be getting very high waves and beach erosion. You should most likely you want to avoid the entire east coastline of Florida. Don't go in the water tomorrow, at least tomorrow, because of those rip currents. And it has shifted west. I literally just pointed it out. This was the original trajectory, and you can clearly see that it is at least a good 30 miles a bit further to the west than what we were initially anticipating. And the main reason for me saying the track has shifted west is because I'm talking about the track as a whole. The cone shifted about 100 miles off to the north-northwest. It was a very drastic shift earlier today. And because of that shift, we saw storm surge watches for North Carolina. We saw tropical storm watches for North Carolina. We saw the NHC is now forecasting 2 to 4 foot storm surge. So, yeah, they're also expecting what I think they said, like I forgot what they said. I'll go look. It was very strong wording. Very strong wording. I was shocked when I read their statement. Let's see here. Man, where is it? You know what? I tweeted it earlier this morning. I tweeted it this morning when I saw it because I was very surprised. Extreme beach and coastal damage is likely along the ocean side, resulting in significant threat to life and property. NC 12 and secondary roads along the Outer Banks, in particular near Hatteras Island, will likely be impassable or inaccessible for several days. I try my best to not be misleading with my thumbnails. Like I said, it's difficult to get them completely accurate, right? It's hard to get the colors dead on, but I try my best. I try my best. You're not going to see, like, the title is not going to be like Category 5 Hurricane Erin, or it's expected to continue strengthening up to an upper echelon Cat 4. It's not, I'm not going to be like that. There may be instances where my yellow portion of the thumbnail is a little bit outside the NHC's cone or something like that. But generally it's going to be as accurate as I can try to get it. The purple you see on the thumbnail, that is my attempt of drawing the cone. And I say attempt because a lot of the times it changes by the time I'm done. It fluctuates a lot. And if the cone doesn't go out that far, then either I just stop the purple or kind of give a guesstimate on the most likely course of it. It's not completely... My thumbnails aren't completely based off of the National Hurricane Center. They're based off of multiple different things. But you're not going to please everyone with the thumbnails. It's never going to happen. As long as I think I am being accurate and I'm not being misleading, and the majority of you guys don't mind the thumbnails and don't think it's like clickbait or hype, then it's fine. But yeah, occasionally we'll get the person who says outright clickbait, but that's not what you did, by the way. You just said you found it a little misleading. That's not outright calling clickbait. But I try my best with that. But yeah, let me go back over to the... And I understand that's been a huge thing in the weather community. Thumbnails are just huge. Everybody's got to be upset about everyone else's thumbnails. For me, it's just like, I'll stay in my lane, you stay in your lane, and if we're both generally accurate and on the same page, it's fine. You know, just don't be calling for Erin to turn right into Florida as like a Cat 5 or something like that, because that's literally... I was seeing stuff like that yesterday on TikTok. And the weird thing is, for them, like the people who are outrightly just full-on misinformation, I don't see I don't see people talking about them fear mongering in the comments. It's like the people who barely get the thumbnails a little bit off. That's where people start calling you clickbait. What in the world? Apparently, Spirit Airline went right through the southern side of Hurricane Erin a little over 2 hours ago. That's crazy. Spirit Airline thought they were a hurricane hunter for a second. Had to remember that there's a big, huge hurricane out here. They're like, oh, I ain't a hurricane hunter. I gotta turn. Man, I would have loved to fly on that plane. Cause they got pretty close. I mean, they didn't get into like they didn't get like anywhere near the eye, but they were in the rain. They got east of the Turks and Caicos, like right in here. You know, so they were well inside of the tropical storm force wind speeds. They were inside tropical storm force wind speeds there. And there is your hurricane hunters coming in. But over here, I do want to reiterate this too. I want to add on a little bit to the thumbnail part. Like I said, I'm not going to go after anybody. You will not find me in people's comment section saying, hey, your thumbnail is inaccurate or I think you're clickbaiting. You're not going to find me like that. Like I said, I stay in my own lane. I stay in just my own forecast, and I base my forecast off of what the officials are saying and what the NHC says and what models say and stuff like that. You're not going to find me hating on other people. You're good. I know you didn't mean any bad intentions with saying it was a bit misleading. I do need to work with it a little bit because we're getting back into hurricane season, but I think my thumbnail's fine, really. I think it's okay. You may think otherwise, but I think it's all right. Because like you could see the thumbnail has it being Cat 4. Obviously, it's Cat 4. I'm not going to clickbait on that. And then the 3 is where the 3 is, the 2 is where the 2 is, and the 1 is generally where the 1 is. And then up along the eastern seaboard, we're going to see rip currents like crazy. And then the exclamation point in North Carolina, that's for the storm surge watches and tropical storm watches that are out too. Oh, when I said Erin's track shifted west, that's what you were saying. Yeah, I didn't mean it was like when people say that it's going due west, a lot of people for some reason think that it's like on I'm trying to think here. People on Twitter, for instance, were tweeting that Erin is a little bit more west. People are panicking, thinking it's heading towards Florida. A little bit more west is not it's gonna hit Florida. A little west could be 5 miles slightly to the west. Or the cone shifts a little bit more to the west. It doesn't mean it's going to hit Louisiana, you know? It doesn't mean it's going to shift 500 miles. Or like this morning when people were saying Erin was moving west, you can see right here, it started moving a little bit more west, and at one point it was actually looking like it was going to keep heading west to the point where people were starting to get a little bit more worried about the Turks and Caicos. And then thankfully we had that very sharp turn to the north. I showed you guys that earlier, so it took a very, very good northern turn to avoid any extra impacts for the Turks and Caicos and the Bahamas. But because of that little west shift, we had tropical storm watches issued in further inland into the Bahamas too. So you can see this morning here, see how it's moving a bit more west? It wasn't following the NHC's cone at that point. And then finally it started to stall out and began moving due north, and now it's beginning its northwest trajectory again. So it did stop for a while. It almost did stall out. I don't want to say it did stall out, but like right here, when it was taking that more west turn, and then it started taking that sharp northern turn, it did stop for a little bit right there. You could see it. It stopped for a bit. And then it booked it north. But those things, again, they're not that bad. They're just little wobbles in the forecast, and it happens frequently. Like I said, normally it shifts back onto track, but we have been seeing a lot of shifts with this. Every time I come on here, I'm saying little west wobble, little west wobble. And when you have that 5 to 10 times like we've had over the last 5 days with Erin, you're going to be getting that west shift on everything. And that's why, if you remember, very early in Erin's lifetime, at one point we were thinking this was going to go east of Bermuda. But now it is well away from Bermuda. Well away from Bermuda, too. I do want to go back to our high definition satellite again. Yeah, so it's going to be wobbling like this. And for instance, you could see like the low pressures on the southwest side of the NHC's cone right now. So, yeah, see, that's also another thing. Like, you're not going to find me basing thumbnails off the GFS 10 days out. I go a lot. If you are new to the channel, you'll not know this, but if you've been here for like a year or so, I've been using ensembles a lot more. Ensembles, everything. Ensembles for snow, ensembles for severe weather, ensembles for hurricane season. And that has led me to be a bit more accurate with my forecasting. I've really leaned away from using deterministic runs, unless I have to. For instance, the deterministic runs of hurricane models. But I really think ensembles is what everyone should be using a lot more frequently, because that shows you the big picture. It shows you the big picture. It shows you a bunch of different scenarios. And another thing is trends too, like the GFS. This is a reason why I don't like the GFS. The GFS was one of the first models to be well east of Bermuda, and over the last, like, I don't even know how many days, it's just consistently been shifting to the west. One of the first models to get this track really, really accurate, and I said it from the get-go, the AI European model run. The AI European model run. I knew it would be pretty good from the get-go, and it has been. It really stuck to barely east of North Carolina as a possibility. And then slowly and gradually it shifted closer to North Carolina. The AI Euro just seemed to really handle this system well. And now, it wasn't good with the intensity, but it seems to do really good with the tracks of systems, from what I've noticed. Yeah, that next system, like I said, actually, I haven't gone over it at all. It's been a full almost 24 hours since my last live stream. It is up to a 60% chance of development now. So we will likely end up with a tropical depression towards the end of this week, somewhere around Puerto Rico. But again, what happens from there, we don't know. We have no idea if this thing is going to head towards the Gulf, if it is going to head towards Bermuda. The spread on it is huge because we are still 5 to 7 days out from this even getting to Puerto Rico. And then we're 10 plus days out from this thing getting towards the Gulf or Bermuda. And that's just really, really far. So we'll likely end up with a tropical depression somewhere around the realms of Puerto Rico towards the weekend. But tropical storm or hurricane, we're going to have to wait till Erin gets out of here. And then when Erin gets out of here, we'll be able to figure out the steering pattern. That's the biggest uncertainty. There's two main scenarios. High pressure a bit more east allows for this to go right out to sea and, maybe in between North Carolina and Bermuda, just like Erin's trying to do here. High pressure a little bit more west blocks that escape, and it gets much closer to the coastline, if not possibly goes towards the Gulf. So there's two main scenarios, and I might as well just show you guys that on the ensembles real quick to show you the different scenarios here. It's going to be a bit messy, though, because it intervenes and interacts with Erin still. So here is this is your spread. So some of those ensembles take it more east because that high pressure is more to the east, so it pushes it closer to Bermuda. And then some ensembles get very close to the southeastern U.S., and then you can barely see, but you can see a batch right here that takes it towards the Gulf. So no one knows where it's going to go. If anybody's telling you, oh, it's going to hit the Gulf, or oh, it's going to hit North Carolina, or oh, it's going to hit Bermuda, nobody knows. The spread is absolutely giant here. It is absolutely giant. It literally, this thing can go anywhere from east of Bermuda all the way to in the Gulf. That is how large of a spread we have here. And we had a spread similar to that with Erin. Not but like literally 2 days ago. Some models were very close to the southeastern U.S., and then some models were all the way over to east of Bermuda. We had a huge spread with Erin, and then we eventually started to narrow it down more and more. So that's what we'll do with this next system. There is no point in worrying. There's no point in saying hurricane possible or hurricane likely at this point, or it's going to hit the U.S. There's no point in saying any of that or worrying about it, because right now the system is like right in here, maybe even a little bit east of that. And once it gets to wherever it is at this point near Puerto Rico, then we will be able to figure it out more. You know, we take this a day at a time. We take it a day at a time. So right now, this is like the first 5 days, right? So it's currently Monday. Once we get to Friday, this thing should be around Puerto Rico, and it may be a tropical depression Friday, sometime between Friday and Sunday. And once that happens, we'll start to get better model data. And even when we get an invest is when the NHC designates the area of low pressure. And then we will be able to start running hurricane models on it, and our models will start to pick up on better initiation of the system. And right now, let me tell you, they're doing horrible with that. They are doing horrible with the initiation of the storm. And right now, I'm seeing images of the 18Z GFS showing a hurricane hit in the northeastern U.S. 260 hours out. I click on Twitter, and that's the first post I see. So if you do see something like that, it's probably people making fun of the GFS. That's probably what it is. Most people who post that are going to be making fun of the GFS, not actually saying it's going to happen. But yeah, the GFS, here's a good instance of it. Remember, just a couple days ago, the GFS had like a Cat 4 in the Gulf. Well, now it has a tropical storm northeast of the Bahamas. So that's a good example of how much model runs change, and it's only been like 3 days. So imagine how much it's going to change over the next week before we actually get to... This is over a week out. This is for next Tuesday. Next Tuesday, not tomorrow. 8 days from today. And then there's no point in showing the rest of the model run. There's just no point in it. But I will show you the steering current I'm talking about. It's this high pressure here. The GFS is very... That's a lot of moving parts. Okay, that's a lot of moving parts. We've got a high pressure here. That is a lot of moving parts. High pressure here, trough here, high pressure here, high pressure here, low pressure here. Obviously being the tropical system. Do you know how much that's going to change? Let's go one model run back. Let's just do one model run back. And all of a sudden, this high pressure is off more to the southeast. This low pressure is more to the southwest, and your tropical system is more west. One more back. I'm going to go back to the 00Z. That's 2 back there. Your low pressure in Canada is gone. Look at that. Look, one run, and that low pressure is in a completely different spot. Both the one in the northeastern Atlantic and the one off the coastline of the U.S. That's a good example of how much these things are going to change. That's not a little shift, okay? Let's actually check. So here to here. That's like probably what? That's like a almost 700 mile shift right there in one model run. And then between this, that's like an 800 mile shift. That is insane. So, just point being, deterministic runs are going to change a lot in the future. Don't listen to just one deterministic model run. Because they can shift 800 miles in a single run. But in terms of Erin, I don't want to use the GFS because I just don't like the GFS. But yeah, that is the GFS model run. Recon is Wow, okay, they are already finding hurricane force wind speeds right there. That purple is hurricane force wind speeds. And this is the actual area of hurricane force wind speeds here. So they're finding hurricane force wind speeds really, really far removed from the center. Really removed. That's about 130 miles southeast of the center right there. They're finding hurricane force wind speeds. And that's pretty good amount. You know, that's not like a single, that's not a single wind barb there, a single barb. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 barbs there of hurricane force. Maybe even more than that. So the wind field is expanding really, really quickly. Really quickly. But once again, I know we have quite a bit of more people in here. If you haven't already heard, we do have tropical storm watches and storm surge watches up for the coastline in North Carolina. And some areas are already under evacuations. I believe residents will evacuate tomorrow, and visitors are already evacuating. Visitors were already evacuating at, I believe it was 10 a.m. this morning. Visitors will hopefully the visitors will get out of there by tomorrow morning. At least the mandatory evacuations. And then our residences in this area, you guys will be evacuated close to, I think, 8 a.m. tomorrow morning is when those evacuations begin. But it takes a while for evacuations. It takes a while for evacuations, especially when you have a large area under evacuation orders and you've only got one main exit route. I have to go to the updates on the evacuation order here. Let me check. Let's see. Government evacuation order. Let's see. There we go. So, 10 a.m. today, 10 a.m. this morning, visitors of Hatteras Island are under a mandatory evacuation. Tomorrow at 8 a.m., Tuesday, August 19th, residences of Hatteras Island are under a mandatory evacuation. Tropical Storm Watch has recently been issued. Rising water inland possible within the next 48 hours or so. Tropical Storm Watch has been issued. Tropical Storm Force wind speeds are possible within the next 48 hours or so. Coastal Watch is also in effect as well for potentially significant inundation. A significant threat to life and property. Large dangerous waves are likely to inundate and destroy protective dunes and structures. Severe flooding will likely extend inland where there is vulnerable or no protective dune structures. Flooding homes and businesses, and some structural damage is possible. Roads will likely be completely impassable and under several feet of water, and vehicles will likely be submerged. And that is directly from Dare County, North Carolina. That's from Dare County. So, pretty significant, very significant wording right there. Very significant wording there from Eastern North Carolina. Starting to see some more explosion of convection here on the southeast side of the eye wall. I imagine Recon's going to get some pretty good wins in this. I don't expect them to find higher wind speeds. Let me go to the previous peak wind speeds they found. Let's see. I can't even go look at it because it was so long ago. I believe the last time we had Recon in this thing was, I don't know, like noon? Somewhere near noon was the last time we had a Recon in this. So, I can't even go back that far. But yeah, if you guys haven't already, make sure you hit that like button and share the stream, especially if you know anybody out in North Carolina, especially the Outer Banks of North Carolina. You don't have to share them the stream, but I just make sure that they are very much aware of the situation. If you know anybody from around Kitty Hawk, North Carolina, all the way down to about Beaufort, North Carolina, just make sure that they are at least aware of the situation. And if they're told to evacuate, make sure that they evacuate, because those are mandatory evacuations out for portions of Dune County in North Carolina. We may see additional evacuations. I'm not for sure if we will, but if we do, it would probably be for, this portion of the Outer Banks. I believe the northern portion, closer to this area, is the region where those evacuations are more underway. In this area, maybe even a little bit more north. But the worst impacts will definitely be in this region right here. That will definitely be where the worst impacts are. All the way from just barely, if not including Kitty Hawk, all the way down to just a pretty good amount northeast of Beaufort. That's where the worst of these impacts will be. Upwards of 4-foot storm surge, and could see max wave heights of 20 to 25 feet. So you can bet you, 20, 25 foot waves, that's going to be able to go pretty well inland on these areas and these homes and businesses. So eventually this storm surge watch will turn into a storm surge warning. Probably either tomorrow night or very, very early Wednesday morning. Probably tomorrow night, those will turn to storm surge warnings and tropical storm warnings. Because we could start seeing impacts as soon as, you know what? I haven't looked at that. Let's go look at that right now. I haven't looked at the earliest arrival time. Yeah, as soon as 11 a.m. Wednesday. So tropical storm warnings will be needed around 11 a.m. Tuesday, which is tomorrow. So we should see tropical storm warnings issued between 11 a.m. and 5 p.m. tomorrow for the coastline of North Carolina. Unless they believe that the wind speeds may be a little bit more offshore. There's another recon update, and like I said, I mean, man, very well sustained hurricane force wind speeds here. Well removed from the strongest convection. Very well removed from the strongest convection in the eye wall. So, yeah, let's see what's the highest knot so far. Maybe 80 something, 83. So that's 83 knots. That's going to be equivalent to about probably 85 mile per hour winds or so when you convert it to surface. Yeah, because that's about 95 miles per hour flight level. That's going to be closer to 85 surface miles per hour. So, pretty good hurricane force wind speeds right there. That's another 82, another 83, another 82 right there. And like I said, that's very well removed from the hurricane force wind field that the NHC has. And I think this was updated at 5 o'clock, if I'm not mistaken. So that's just before these satellite images. 30 minutes before this frame here. And I mean, this center has not moved very much. If you look at 5 o'clock, our main convection was fired up here. And then go to now, our main convection is fired up just a couple miles more to the west of that. And your center is not that far off. That's where your low was about 2 hours ago. And then this is where your low is about now. Maybe slightly more off to the northwest than that. Random text message. Don't even know that number. So we'll see what Recon gets on this pass here. Update should be... Let's see. Should be in about 5 to 8 minutes. Should be in about 5 to 8 minutes. They'll likely be in the eye wall at that time, if not very, very close to the eye wall. Okay. Yeah, it's in warmer water, but the thing is, it's still in the same amount of wind shear as it was earlier this afternoon. So it's still in that 15 to 20 knot wind shear, closer to 15 knots. So that's what's keeping this storm at bay from doing any type of rapid intensification or going any stronger. But I mean, this kind of look is really, really disorganized for a Category 4. So it is very impressive that this is a Category 4 hurricane. And I think it is. I believe it is. I believe it is still Category 4. I don't know about 140 still, but definitely Category 4 still, in my opinion. And they'll likely keep that at the 8 o'clock update here in about, within the next 30 minutes. We should have a new NHC update. Within the next 30 minutes. So Recon still heading into this storm. Hopefully we get a millibar on it, because you could see for some reason our millibars have not been reading well on Recon ever since last night. Ever since last night, our Recon has not been reading millibars very well. Like, we have one millibar read there, and then the barb directly behind that, if I can click it, that doesn't have it. Not that one either, not that one either, not that one either. That one does. So only a few of these actually have millibar readings attached to them. So hopefully we get a drops on, which we most likely will. And hopefully we at least get some reading of those extra surface pressures there. Is there a chance it could have hit Florida? This will not hit Florida. No, nobody is expected to get a landfall. But just because there's no landfall doesn't mean there won't be impacts. This system is huge, and it's going to get even larger. So the entire eastern coastline of Florida, north of Miami, will likely experience very strong rip currents to the point where it's best just to avoid the ocean going into tomorrow. I'll show you another map for those who haven't seen it. This is the rip current map for tomorrow. Anything you see in red is a 3 out of 3 for rip currents. And you can see red all the way from, like I said, just north of Miami, all the way through Palm Bay, all the way through off the coastline of Jacksonville, all the way through Savannah, Charleston, Myrtle Beach, Wilmington, Jacksonville, of course, the Outer Banks of North Carolina, Norfolk, Virginia Beach, coastlines of Delaware, New Jersey, Maryland, all the way up through New York City, Long Island, and then eventually it starts to tamper off a bit more as we go towards Massachusetts and Rhode Island there. And then it's much more minimal in Maine. However, Maine, your rip currents will be a bit stronger going into Wednesday, and then especially Thursday for Maine. And then eventually going into Friday for the coastline of New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, and Newfoundland. And then rip currents for today, the eastern coastline of Florida is in that still 3 out of 3. Much of South Carolina and North Carolina in the 2 out of 3. And even New Jersey, Delaware in that 3 out of 3 for rip currents. And in peak surge, the only place we're anticipating storm surge is from the coastline of extreme eastern Virginia all the way down to about Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Where exactly is Myrtle Beach? Yeah, so that Myrtle Beach could see some storm surge 1 to 3 feet. I think Myrtle Beach is inside that, if I'm not mistaken. I'll check one more time. Yes, definitely in that. All of Myrtle Beach definitely in that blue for 1 to 3 foot storm surge. And then, like I said, going to be seeing likely 2 to 4 foot storm surge for the Outer Banks. This is a fish storm. Stop worrying about it. Yep. Sure. It killed 9 people. Or was it 6 people? Might have been 6 people in Cape Verde. So, not a fish storm. I'm going to go check right now. At least 9 deaths. At least 9 deaths. A state of emergency was declared over there. 15,000 residents displaced from their homes. Some fish storm that is, huh, Jordan? Not a fish storm. Now, in terms of landfall, yes, it's a fish storm, but a hurricane is not just the eye. A hurricane is a whole huge system, sometimes spanning tropical storm force wind speeds up to 500 miles away from, or 500 miles from like west to east, a radius of 250. So, yeah, you can't just say it's a fish storm just because it didn't make landfall over the U.S. So let's go over to, I do want to check the cone here too. So just to show you, yes, we are not expecting a landfall. That's why on the thumbnail, you can clearly see the points there, the tropical cyclone little red icons I have and the purple. It's away from North Carolina, but we're still going to be seeing impacts in North Carolina. There's a new Recon update. Let's turn all this off, go to Recon, because that is 96. So I don't think that's the strongest wind speeds yet. But 96 knots, if we go to and do a conversion on that, that's probably about 100 mile per hour sustained winds. So that is about 110 miles per hour flight level. So that's going to be close to 100 surface. That is going to be close to 100 mile per hour surface sustained wind speeds there. And that, I don't think that is the strongest portion. It could be a little stronger to the southwest or to the northeast, or just where they're going right now. I don't think that was the highest wind speed we're going to get. And definitely not the lowest millibar, whatever millibar we may have gotten here. If we got any millibar reading on that new update, it doesn't look like it. Nope. No millibar on that whole new update right there. Gracious. No new millibar update at all on that. Let's see. Yeah, flooding was the main cause for those deaths and the people being relocated from their homes in Cape Verde, displaced from their homes. It was flooding and probably mudslides as well. Most likely mudslides too. And we can't forget Puerto Rico, or the British Virgin Islands, or the U.S. Virgin Islands, or the Northern Lesser Antilles. All those areas got impacts as well. It wasn't extremely notable, but we saw flash flooding across these 3 regions here. And wind gusts as high as 60 miles per hour. So it was still impactful for those regions as well. And now it is still impacting the Turks and Caicos Islands. So not sure how much flooding we're going to get there, but the NHC did note, I think, 4 to 6 inches of rain being the max. But most likely, much of that rain is about finished from impacting the Turks and Caicos. An additional 2 to 4 inches of rainfall is possible tonight into tomorrow for the Turks and Caicos. But that heaviest rainfall, up to 20 inches of rainfall, is going to stay well away from any land. I don't think we'll have many flash flooding impacts in terms of from the rain in North Carolina. I think the most we'll see in terms of rainfall in North Carolina is 2 inches of rain. It's going to be the waves that cause the flooding, the waves and the storm surge. That's going to cause the flooding out there in North Carolina. Not the, I mean, the rain could cause some isolated flooding, but it's not going to be the main story. Alright, I'm just checking a few other things real quick. I have the NHC still open, so... we didn't get an NHC update yet, did we? No, we got a Recon update. NHC update should be maybe within the next 15 minutes or so. They may be waiting for this Recon. All they gotta do is wait like 10 more minutes, so... They're probably gonna wait just a couple more minutes. Anytime between now and likely 7:50 will be that NHC update. And remember, they only update like the first bit of the cone, about the first 6-12 hours of the cone. And then they update the intensity of the storm, the direction, the speed of the storm, and that's the main stuff they update. Some hurricane models actually show wind gusts as high as 80 miles per hour in the coastlines of the Outer Banks in North Carolina. So it's not entirely impossible. We see some... Oh, actually, my bad. That is 80 knots. So maximum wind gust of about 90 miles per hour. I don't think it will be that bad for winds. That's probably overdone. I have a pretty good feeling that's overdone. Most likely we'll end up with sustained winds between 20 and 35 miles per hour and the isolated wind gust of about 60 miles per hour. Let's see what the H-Wharf has here. Real quick, looking at a model run here. H-Wharf 18Z's coming in for Erin. Doesn't quite get up to North Carolina just yet. Let's see. I think I broke it. Hold on, let me go back a little bit. I broke it. I broke the model run. Let me refresh it. There we go. That's the 10-meter wind speeds right there. And look how much that grows in size. Especially over the next 24 hours, it really grows in size. Really over the next 12 hours. Really over the next 12 hours, that grows in size quite quickly. I doggone broke it again. I broke it again. Oh well. Alright, let me go see when we are going to be getting the Recon update here, because that's what we're waiting for. Recon update and NHC update should be very, very close proximity to each other. Both should be... Recon should be in like the next 7 minutes. NHC within the next 10 or so minutes. 10 to 15 minutes. Recon... yeah, about 5 minutes. Actually, I was looking at the wrong one. It should be any minute. Like, literally, should be in about 2 minutes. Sam, I do not miss that. I really hate I missed much of Milton, but that was still a great vacation. I tried my best to stay away from the weather world of things because I was missing a very historic hurricane. But we did cover... I think we covered when it was hitting Category 5 before I left for vacation. Worst timed vacation in history. Left like a day or two after, literally like a day after it became Cat 5. And then I was on vacation all the way until it was well past the US. I'm pretty sure it went straight out to sea, right? I'm pretty sure it just cut across the peninsula of Florida and then just went straight out to sea. At least I think it did. Wait, what was that? Hold on. I saw something about, there you go. My aunt in Kitty Hawk, North Carolina has already said she's not evacuating despite the mandatory order. She does that every time a hurricane shows up. Is Kitty Hawk under a mandatory order? I mean, yeah. Kitty Hawk won't get the absolute worst. The absolute worst should be a little bit, possibly a little bit south of Kitty Hawk, but I mean, Kitty Hawk is still inside those storm surge warnings, or rather, storm surge watches and tropical storm watches. Both of those will turn to warnings over the next 24 hours. But, yeah, I mean, you don't have, the big thing is it's like an island, right? So, if you're in Kitty Hawk and this road gets shut down and this road gets shut down and then, you know, you're either going to have to go really, really far to get back into mainland NC, or you're going to be trapped. For instance, like this island right here, you've only got a handful of exits, and then you're fully trapped. So definitely, definitely want to honestly evacuate. Especially evacuate if it's a mandatory order. You have to evacuate. But honestly, even if I'm not under a mandatory order and I'm inside this kind of bluish color here, I would still probably end up evacuating because of the storm surge if I'm on the very outskirts of the Outer Banks, very close to the ocean. Virginia Beach, the coastal areas are definitely going to get the worst. So, like Virginia Beach, I mean, that is right on the coastline. So, you're talking about 1 to 3 foot storm surge. So, definitely don't want to go in the water tomorrow, all the way through probably through Thursday. So, don't swim. I advise you not to swim tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday. But you're not going to be getting like a landfall or anything. But it did shift enough west to the point where you are anticipated to see 1 to 3 foot storm surge. Essentially like the ocean going up an extra foot to 3 feet as the system passes to your east. There we go. So you may be, you know, if you're on like the, even if you're on like the very few houses and hotels directly at the beach, I don't know if there's any type of like recommendation to move more inland yet from locals over there. The main thing is just don't swim. That's the biggest thing. I don't know if we're going to see any type of evacuations or any recommendations other than to stay out of the water, because that's where the big danger will be, is being in the water. If you're a few miles in, I think you're good. You're probably perfectly fine. Main thing is just don't go in the water. 104 knots right there. And I don't know if that was the strongest. And 947 millibar, but I'm not sure if that's even the eye at that point. It's got to be very close to the eye with how minimal those winds are. Not a terrible pass. Not a terrible pass. That still supports major hurricane status, but I don't think that supports mid-tier Cat 4 status. Another invest. Did they already designate it? Oh, we got another AOI. Yeah, me and Lucky talked about that earlier. The environment isn't very favorable. I'm not worried about that. I talked about that to Lucky earlier. That should not do anything. Watch it go crazy. Yeah, but the environment is not favorable in front of that. There is the chance for a very short-lived tropical storm or tropical depression towards the middle of this week. So we'll have to watch like Thursday or Friday. We'll see what the probabilities on it will be at that point. But I don't think the wave is going to survive really past, like, just west of Cape Verde. Past the end of that AOI, I really don't think it's going to be anything past the end of that AOI. Wouldn't rule out a quick tropical depression, but at this point, they're saying, you know, the development is likely pretty low because of the environment being less than favorable. Yeah, but slight development is possible over the next day or two. But that won't be, that won't be impacting any land. It should stay south of Cape Verde. Let me see. Yeah, it should stay south of Cape Verde and then dissipate well to the southwest of Cape Verde. Let's see. Environmental conditions appear to be conducive for gradual development of the AOI, which is over Puerto Rico, and a tropical depression could form towards the end of this week. The system should move west to the northwest at about 20 miles per hour across the central Atlantic and approach the vicinity of the Leeward Islands sometime on Friday. And now we should get the NHC update for Erin, since Recon got into this, and they're still going to go through, but I think they found the lowest millibar and the highest wind speeds they're probably going to find for this particular southeast eyewall pass. So we'll see with what the NHC goes with. I wouldn't be shocked if they drop it down to 130 Cat 4. I don't know if they're going to drop it all the way down to Cat 3, because it may still be max low end Cat 4. I'd be a bit shocked to see him keep it at 140 Cat 4, because this thing's struggling quite a bit. Let me give you the exact reading here. Yeah, 947.2 millibar, 107 knots. So 107 knots, that's about probably 115 miles per hour going to the surface. Because flight level, that's 120, about 123. So 110, 115. And that millibar is up 10, 947. I don't think they'll go that high with the millibar, and I don't think they'll go that low with the winds. They'll probably go somewhere in the middle. Somewhere kind of like maybe 942, 130. Or 135. I don't think they will drop it to Cat 3. Cat 3 is 125, 115 to 125 is Cat 3 for the NHC updates. Check the other Recon. The other Recon. Where did you come from? I didn't even know you were here. I didn't know he had another Recon. What is that? Mission 18? That's a non-tasked mission, number 3. 947 millibar, 99 knots. So, nothing stronger with this Recon. But I had no idea it was even here. Yeah, it looks like the center is a little bit to the southwest. Based on both of these recons, the center is somewhere probably in here. Because that's where both recons found the lowest millibar. Seems like. Came from Florida. Yep. We've had a few upper level recons come from Florida, but not a lower level recon like this. And you can see those hurricane force wind speeds. I mean, dude, that is crazy. Very, very north. That is absurdly north for those hurricane force wind speeds. So this recon, is that that might have been the NHC update? I don't know. Nah. I doubt Radar Omega would get it before I get it on this side over here. We should get it any minute. It's actually a bit later than I thought. So Bermuda is starting to look better and better with time. It looks like this is going to go pretty well northwest of Bermuda. There still is the chance for some tropical storm force wind gusts, but most likely the sustained wind speeds will stay well to your north. So there's a chance for wind gusts of 30 to 40 miles per hour if you do see any strong bands reach that way sometime Thursday night into Friday morning. Waves will likely end up being the biggest issue. So, same thing with much of the eastern U.S. Just don't swim and you should be perfectly fine. This has really shifted away from Bermuda. It has really shifted away from Bermuda. Waiting for this NHC update, dude. I want to see if they drop it. So the latest GFS and Euro models both trended west. So we're getting pretty dang close to where hurricane force wind gusts are looking more and more likely. Especially if we can get the main outer eye wall. So right now, we're kind of thinking, for instance, let me show you. We're not going to be getting an eye wall, I can tell you that. But if we could get like the main heavy bands, that's where we're going to be able to see hurricane force wind gusts. I don't think this is going to be a good... This is what the hurricane model thinks Erin looks like right now. So that about sums up how bad our models are. If that is what it looks like east of NC, woof, that will be awesome. That would be awesome. But I think this model is pretty dumb. I think that's a very dumb output. So what I was talking about is it almost reaches it. You can see it. If these outer bands here, the main strong outer bands, not the eye wall itself, but kind of like away from the eye wall, ends up hitting the outer banks. Because right now we're talking about the far outer bands up here hitting the outer banks where, the system's like this, and those well removed from the center outer eye wall bands end up barely clipping North Carolina. But if these bands clip North Carolina, those could have the hurricane force wind gusts. So if it's this up here, these rain bands, we're talking about sustained winds of 25 to 40 miles per hour with gusts of up to 60. If it's this band, we're talking about sustained winds of 35 to 45 with gusts up to maybe 75. And if it's this band, yeah, that's almost impossible. It is almost impossible for us to see that main eye wall. Like, we would have to see an even more crazy shift to the northwest. All right, let's go see This is the latest the NHC has been. Did I miss the advisory? Did I miss it? Public advisory, 5 p.m. Nope. This is the latest I have seen them in a long time. They're probably struggling to put the intensity out here, wondering if they should keep it 140 or downgrade it all the way to 125 or kind of meet it in the middle. Let's see, got another pass here. First, see the millibar, see if we did manage to get... I don't see a lower millibar on this recon. You know, I'll go check Cyclonic. 107. I think this one got 107 knots here. Somewhere in here, 107 knots. This is 106, very close. But this site says 107 knots. Still lowest millibar, 947.5. Other recon in this system, 107 knots and 946.7. Oh, there you go. Yeah, 130. 139.47 for the new update. That's a good advisory. Let me update that text there. 130. 947. It's up 10 millibars as of 8 p.m. And the movement, I got to get the movement here. Northwest at still 10 miles per hour. Yep. There you go. Yeah, that was the expected update, honestly. I expected that. They honestly could have gone even lower. So to get it early, let me show you how to get it early here. So this is the, when you click on Erin, this is what it shows you, right? And it says the 5 p.m. update. Go up here, public advisory. That always updates first, 8 p.m. And you could see 130 Cat 4, 947 millibar, northwest at 10 miles per hour. Doesn't look like anything changed there with the watches and warnings. Maximum sustained winds are near 130 with higher gusts. Erin is still category 4 on the Saffir-Simpson scale. Erin is likely to remain a dangerous major hurricane through the middle of this week. Hurricane force winds extend outward. There you go. Extend outward up to 80 miles. Couldn't English. So did they change the wind field at all? Here, let's check. Graphics archive. Wind field, stop. There. No, not really. Doesn't really look like much change with the wind field. Really, everything looks on track at the moment. We don't get a full package advisory until 11 p.m. But yeah, if you guys haven't already, make sure you hit that like button. Make sure you share the stream with your family, friends, social media. And hit that subscribe button with a notification bell set to all so you know when I go live tomorrow. We are going to be live tomorrow as well. Me and Lucky are kind of 50-50 on chasing this thing. We just don't know if it's going to be worth the 5-hour trip that far east. And we're not too sure exactly where we would go either. So we're not 100% sure. We're 50-50 on going. We're split on it. Lucky is pretty set on wanting to go. Yeah. I'm thinking this is probably going to end up dropping down to Cat 3 tonight. And then there is a chance it could go back to Cat 4 tomorrow. It just depends on the wind shear. Which, from what I can see, I don't think the wind shear is really going to change. If it stays 15 knots, this might still have an opportunity to get to Cat 4. But if it goes up to 20 knots, I highly, highly doubt it. We do have that dry air, but let's see where that is located. I bet it's further north. Yeah. Yeah, that's even further off north. I don't think this system will be into that dry air tomorrow afternoon. Maybe tomorrow night it could be into that dry air, but not tomorrow afternoon. Yeah. It's going to be pretty close because it's going to push that dry air up. So we're looking at dry air is probably going to end up being an issue tomorrow night for this. Probably will end up being an issue. As well as that wind shear. All right, let's go back over to here again. So if you're just now tuning in, we just got the new NHC update on Erin. It is still Category 4 strength, but it is now a low-wind Category 4. 130 mile per hour wind speed sustained, maximum sustained winds, 130 miles per hour. Still moving north-northwest at 10 miles per hour, and the central millibar has increased by 10, going up to a 947 millibar. Also, we did get a new AOI just barely south of Cape Verde, just off the coastline of Africa. That is a 1010, so there is a very slim chance of a very short-lived tropical depression towards the middle and getting to the end of this week. And there is the likelihood of a tropical depression somewhere around Puerto Rico and near the northern Lesser Antilles towards this weekend. They have that at a 60% chance. We will most likely see that go up to 70% over the coming days, unless something big changes. And we'll have a lot more data on this when it is designated an invest, whenever that may be. Probably won't be today, probably won't be tomorrow. I don't expect it to have a good low pressure until, let's see. It might have a good low pressure tomorrow. We'll have to see what it looks like tomorrow afternoon. But right now, let me go over to the main development region. And we'll take a look at it. So this is it. This is a very large and very broad low pressure. Is not really much of a low pressure associated with it. It is not organized whatsoever, and it is a very large wave. And the main thing I'm wanting to keep an eye on is this plume of convection to see what happens there, because if that does have vorticity with it, what it can do is it can try to help jog the system a little bit further south to where it moves more like this. More like this, as opposed to more like this. It depends where that vorticity maximum is and where the low pressure exactly forms. It's probably going to end up being more with the northern side of things. And yeah, this big thing, this is what I talked to Lucky about at about 450 or so. I mentioned that. I said, dude, that's a huge plume of convection coming off of Africa right now. And it looks pretty healthy right now. It really does. It still looks pretty healthy. It's obviously going to fluctuate in intensity. It's not going to maintain this huge plume of convection. If we take a look at it, you can see it just recently blew up, and it's going to start to die out probably in the overnight hours, and then it may blow back up over the next few days, and then eventually completely flatline and die out once it gets beyond this yellow AOI right here. Beyond that, I don't see any additional tropical development with this guy. With this, I see tropical development happening. Like I said, once we get towards Friday, that's going to be when we get a lot better information on this. Or if there's an invest designated before then. And then obviously you can't miss Erin over here. Did they update the cone on Red Omega here? I know it loves to be late. Yeah, that looks like it's updated positioning. Yep, it is. So, like I said, they only update, like, the first little part of the cone. And that's really it. Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit more to the southwest, but I don't think it's, like, a huge difference. At least with this advisory in the last 3 hours here, I don't think there's any huge change with the track that it's taking. Check the water temps. Let's see. I'm pretty sure it's 31 Celsius now. Yeah, this isn't about, looks like it's in 30 Celsius, and it will be in 30 to 31 tomorrow. And in terms of the ocean heat content, that should still be favorable up till about Wednesday. Yeah, the ocean heat content is going to be favorable actually until it gets parallel of northeast NC. So until it gets to like here, our ocean heat content will be favorable. And wind shear doesn't look to be much of an issue until about that point either. Let me take a look at wind shear here. Western Atlantic wind shear. Yeah, once we get into Thursday, it could encounter some more wind shear, likely some dry air, and worse ocean heat content. So it should die off very quickly. It should die off quite quickly once it gets north of, like, northeast of about here. So pretty good environment all the way up until somewhere near there. Nope, rapid intensification is highly unlikely still. The eye has just not gotten its act together, and still with that 15 knot wind shear, it's still going to keep it at bay. We're talking low-end Cat 4 to mid-tier Cat 3 over the next 2 to 3 days, and then once we get towards Wednesday night, Thursday, it will likely go beneath major hurricane status. I can tell you this, it's going to turn once it gets parallel to NC, because we have a huge trough that's going to swing by and pick it up. That is what's going to make this thing haul out to sea. Right now it's going 10 miles per hour. It will probably be close to 25 miles per hour once it gets up here. If not, maybe even quicker than that. So I can guarantee it's going to turn up in this point here. We'll see exactly when, though. I don't know, Sam. It just always depends how I feel. I never know exactly how long I'm going to stream until I start the stream and then end it. What happens if it misses the trough, or is that even a chance? Yeah, there's no chance that it misses the trough. It's a huge jet stream. It is a huge jet stream and a huge trough. And if it does somehow miss it, well, there's a second one that comes in closer to Friday, so. There's no way it fully misses it. But it is going to get pretty close to North Carolina. I just extremely doubt landfall. And things have continued to shift west. Even our newest guidance, is it 18Z? I believe it is the 18Z guidance, has also shifted further west. Yes. Our 18Z guidance did shift. Actually, the GFS a pretty dang good amount. Let me see. Wrong button. Yeah, the GFS a good 50-mile shift to the northwest in the last 6 hours. I might have said southwest. I meant northwest. Northwest 50 miles. And then the European model run, it barely shifted west, but it did. It shifted maybe 25, 30 miles west. Huh. The strangest thing on the European model run, 13 millibars stronger. 918 millibar parallel of the Outer Banks. I don't think that would be category 5 because I'm pretty sure the wind speeds would be substantially lower with that type of millibar, being that it's starting to turn extra tropical at that point. But that's definitely Cat 4. Yeah. That's for sure category 4. So, that's weird. It's not completely extra tropical at that time, Ben. By no means. So the Euro initiates at 942, which is not terribly off. That's only 5 millibars. It's off, but it's not like horribly off. And then it takes it to Cat 5 tonight. I don't know how, but it does. I don't know how or why, but the Euro says Cat 5 tonight into tomorrow morning. The GFS says, heck no, this thing's going to be maybe upper tier Cat 3. If not very low tier Cat 4. Same goes for the AI Euro. Much weaker. The Icon model says Cat 5 somehow. I don't see that happening. The Canadian model run is just awfully wrong. I'm not even going to mention that. That is just awfully wrong. Hurricane models are definitely on the more aggressive side too. Getting it back down to 932 tomorrow night with the H-Wharf. And then the HAFSA does indeed have it weakening tonight. And then it strengthens on Thursday, so no one truly knows what's going to happen. No one knows. What about the HAFSB? HAFSB model run has it weakening tonight too. So they're split. Some have it strengthening, some have it weakening, some have it close to maintaining. So it's anybody's guess. I think it all comes down to shear. I think it all comes down to shear. All right, here's a new update on that report. Update from southeast of Wilmington along the coastline of Wilmington, North Carolina. Wrightsville Beach Ocean Rescue has reported 60 to 70 rip current rescues for today, mostly between 12 p.m. and 5 p.m. Eastern. 60 to 70 rip current rescues. And mind you, it is only going to get worse tomorrow. There's only going to be worse rip currents tomorrow. And then the absolute worst will be Wednesday into Thursday. There's not even there's not a high risk of rip currents today. It is a 2 out of 3, which is still, that's on the upper tier, but tomorrow is when it's a 3 out of 3. Wednesday will probably be 3 out of 3, and Thursday will probably be 3 out of 3. So, out of the next few days, today had the least rip current risk. And we still saw 60 to 70 rip current rescues there. Man. What about rain? I don't think we're going to get too much in the Outer Banks. An inch or two of rainfall in the Outer Banks. Just depends on how many outer bands hit East NC. I don't think rain will be the problem. I think it will be flooding from storm surge and the 20 to 25 foot max wave heights. And then, of course, the wind speeds being sustained at 25 to 35 miles per hour with gusts up to 50. However, those wind speeds, we could see an uptick in the forecast considering we continue to see this shift a little bit more west with each run. The weird thing is the GFS and the Euro ensembles, or the GFS and the Euro deterministics, haven't stopped shifting. Like, they have been shifting for the last 72 hours, 48 to 72 hours straight. They just keep on shifting west. Now, the ensembles, since I said it, I gotta tell ya. Wow. Actually, a big shift in the ensembles in the last 6 hours on the Euro ensembles. Let's see if the GFS is completely opposite, because that's what it was yesterday. One run shifted east, the other one shifted west. Minimal change, maybe a little west shift on the GFS ensembles. Pretty much minimal change. Not that big of a change, if any. I do want to check something else here, too. Northern Atlantic. 12Z update. Let's see here. Well, there you go. Here, I got to show you something. Give me a second. I want to get the correct one on. Oh, this is the correct one. This is the 12Z European ensembles. And look how it initiates. Every single one is further to the east than the actual track, except a few in here, and I think that is actually the next system's ensemble runs mixing in with this system's ensemble runs. So all the Euro ensembles are not west enough. And then if we take a look at the 12Z GEFS ensembles, all of those, most are not west enough. There's a few that are pretty close, but I mean, those that are pretty close are probably the ones that are very far west and quite good west than the main batch there. So our ensembles are not far enough to the west. What do you guys think? Should we go to the Outer Banks? Lucky said he needs to know very soon. This is one of the hardest parts about considering a storm chase, is getting out the door and going. Now, I wouldn't go completely to the, like, out here. I'm not going to go to where I'm going to get completely stranded, but I would go towards Beaufort for sure. I don't think I'd be too comfortable going to where those evacuation orders are mandatory right now. Nah, no thanks. But the only thing is, if I do go to the Outer Banks, then there's no chance I can update you guys from this standpoint. So, and I would be able to stream it. It would just be a bit on the difficult side of things. But me and Lucky will definitely talk about it tonight, tomorrow, and if we decide to go, we'll leave very early Wednesday morning and get there Wednesday evening. I would definitely want to be there Wednesday evening, that's for sure. Let's see here. Yeah, they won't let you in on Hatteras. Yeah. I don't plan to go to Hatteras. I don't plan on that. Like I said, I don't plan to be stranded. Cuz that's far. That's definitely far out there. The furthest I would go is like right in here. That's probably, we would either go to here, but then I'd be worried about being stuck with these two roads closing, or we would go towards down in here. If we go, I don't know. We're still 50-50 on it. It would be dangerous, definitely. And the thing is, you can't be too far inland or you're going to see not much at all. So for those who are worried more inland, like Jacksonville, New Bern, Washington, you guys are all going to be perfectly fine. You may not even get a drop of rain out of this thing unless it keeps this west shift. It's still west. It's still shifting west too. I don't know if we can compare the ensembles with a cone somehow. Let's see. Maybe we possibly somehow can. Settings. Is there anything? Nah. Because I would like to see where the ensembles are in comparison to the NHC's cone. I would love to see that. Oh, almost missed it. Come on, hurry up, YouTube. Woof. We've got very, very, very close to missing it. Last time I refreshed, it was 10 away and just popped up and was 1 away right there. So if you haven't already, make sure you hit that subscribe button with the notification bell set to all so you know when I go live tomorrow or go live on another date. And also hit that like button and share the stream with family, friends, social media. It's really, really appreciated. And there you go. 10,605 subscribers. Yet another 100 subscribers closer to 11,000. Now 10,000 and 10,610 now. Another 100 closer. Let's see what we have over here. Nothing. Oh, we got to check Recon again. I appreciate it. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you guys for 10,600 subscribers. We just hit 10,000 not that long ago. It was literally at the end of July. Not even a month ago. And this live stream, I believe, puts us at a record-breaking over 100,000 views in the last 3 weeks. pretty sure we're at 100,000 views in about 21 days on this channel. If not, we will definitely get there tomorrow. I'll have to do a custom time amount to tell you exactly. Let's see, where is it? Views. So that's a month. Yep. It should be. Should be. It will be. Wow, that is insane. 100,000 views in 21 days. That will be from July 29th to August 18th. Let's check Recon. That's what I was wanting to do. Back on track here. All right, they're going around and... Oh, they're going right back into it. 101 knots. 107 knots was the maximum knots we got from both of these recons. Yeah, 100,000 views on the channel in the last 21 days. Two of our best live streams on this channel. Two of the best live streams on this channel were inside that 21-day time frame. Let's see. What recon is this? Got it. I want to get you guys a time of when this is going to update. This will update in... Okay, we're about 8 minutes away. Right about 8 minutes away. Yep, we plan to stream at 6 p.m. Most of our live streams start at 6 p.m. Especially our briefings almost always are at 6 p.m. That's normally... You know, it's been that way for a year, almost two. But when, of course, when it's hurricane season, tornado season, you know, a hurricane's not going to wait till 6 p.m. to end up making landfall. It could literally, many of the landfalls that we've had end up being very, very early in the morning. And then, of course, tornado outbreaks, those typically start up close to 4 o'clock. So we're waiting to see this recon pass just to see if it has any stronger wind speeds there. See if it's any stronger. Which I don't think it is going to be. You know, we may get like 110 knots at flight level, but that's not going to equate to 130 or... Yeah, that's not going to equate to 130 miles per hour. Like if we go 115 knots to MPH, flight level, that is 130. So it's going to be closer to 120. So in order for us to get, what would it have to be? 120 knots? Yeah, we would have to get between 120 and 125 knot flight level wind speeds for this to be a low-end Cat 4. Any tips on starting to research meteorology? So my biggest tip is to just pay attention to the weather, which sounds weird, but like track severe weather outbreaks and try to forecast them yourself and see how that verifies. And when things don't verify, understand why and ask a lot of questions to people. That's another big thing too. Another big tip is like don't go searching on Google unless it's like an official NHC source or National Weather Service source. You don't want to get your meteorology information from just the random internet. Also watch YouTubers too. I'll give definitely a shout out to Trey. Trey is Convecutive Chronicles. Convecutive Chronicles on YouTube, and he will teach you a lot about tornadoes, severe weather, and he has like playlists on soundings and all types of stuff. Convecutive Chronicles is huge in the process of learning meteorology for me. Convective Chronicles. Did I say something else? Convective Chronicles. I think I said convecutive. Convective Chronicles. I just always call him Trey because that's his real life name. Convective Chronicles. Yep. Highly recommend watching all of his playlist and at least a few of his other forecast discussions too. So that would be like my 3 biggest tips right there. Convective Chronicles. Don't go searching on random sources for meteorological information, and just try to track outbreaks and hurricanes the best you can, and try to predict it. And when it doesn't verify, find out why. And then see if you can implement that to your next forecast. And that's how I got better. Trial and error. A lot of trial and error. That's how you get better at anything. And then, of course, when you want to take your next steps, you can get more into the meteorological books and get even more in depth with meteorological courses in college and courses elsewhere, too. Speaking of that, Trey, Convecutive Chronicles, he has a paid course. I forgot what it's called, but he started that up. I think it was early this year. I forgot what it's called, but he started up a storm chasing forecast thing. Storm chaser coaching. That's almost $20 a month. So you can get even more in depth with that too. Trey is the person who taught me a lot of stuff about the weather. All right, anytime now. Come on, Recon. Let's see. Try to see when it should update. Okay, yeah, within the next 3 minutes. 3 minutes. I don't know if they're going to be in the eye at that time, but they're going to be at least through this big convecutive blob right here. Hi there. 100%. They have definitely been disappointing. And you want to know another thing here? We've got 2 Recon in at the same time. And I bet you tonight we're going to have this crazy gap of maybe another 6 hours without any Recon. And we have 2 in the storm right now. And we already had that gap earlier this morning. We had a gap from like it was from like noon all the way till 6 p.m. We didn't have any Recon in this thing. 5-6 hours without Recon. And now we got 2. When will a Cat 5 hit my house? You're a little bit away from the Atlantic Ocean there. You're near the Great Lakes, and I'm pretty confident there's never been a Category 5 that's formed off the Great Lakes. So, being realistic, I don't think you're going to get a Category 5 anytime soon. Oh, 110. 2 110s. That is a new peak for Recon. That is a new peak for Recon right there. And they're not yet directly in the eye. They are very close to it, though. That they might be in the eye. It's somewhere between 940, right around 947 to 949 millibars. That's where the eye is. Yeah, I just went over it. This thing is more west than pretty much all of our ensembles. Pretty much all of our 12Z ensembles. This thing's more west than every last one of them. At least from what I saw. And the 18Z Euro and GFS both shifted further to the west-southwest. Well, the GFS shifted due west, and the Euro shifted west-southwest, meaning that the system slowed down even more. So there's only so much more wiggle room this thing has left, right? We've been trending west for the last 70 some hours at this point. You'd think we'd be stopping by now. But nope, even when we're making this northern turn, we're still somehow trending west. We trended west when it was moving northwest. We trended west when it started moving a bit more west. And we trended west when it started moving due north. West has been the name of the game. I mean, geez, this thing's barely even moved in the last hour. This is a... Oh man, this is a whole 2-hour loop right here. This is a 2-hour loop right here. And it doesn't look like this low has moved much at all. So your low pressure is like right here. 2 hours ago. Maybe a little south of that. And then it really looks like it's almost in the same place. It's taking that northern turn, so that's why it's not moving as much. But it should start to pick up more speed here. It's moving northwest. Yeah, so I'd say our low was here about 2 hours ago, and now it's here. Right, according to Recon. No, see, like I said, Recon has it like right in there too, so... Our low has moved barely any in the last 2 hours. This is the third time it has stalled. Or at least slowed down substantially for a few hours. Man. I mean, the last time it stalled, I didn't know what it meant, and then we woke up and it was further west. And then the second time it stalled, we didn't know what it meant, and it was a little bit more northwest than originally forecasted. And now it's stalling again, and we'll see where it goes from there. It's still, it's still on the, or right around the pinpoint forecast from the NHC's newest update, about 30, 40 minutes ago now. Trying to draw that line. Yeah, it's still moving northwest there. The first bit of that cone looks like they're... Hold on, I want to go look at the cone. I want to go look at the cones. Oh, it did get 115 knots. Yeah, Recon got 115 knot flight level winds, but that converts to about 120, maybe 125. Most likely 120 surface wind speeds there. Like I said, we would have had to get like 125 knots in order for this to actually be the low in Cat 4 the NHC has. 120, 125 knots at flight level. Let's see. Oh, that's what I was going to do. I was trying to think what I was going to look up here. It was the NHC cone comparison between the 5 p.m. and 8 p.m. update. 100%. 100%. You can tell it is more west than forecasted in the last 3 hours alone. So see where that point is, and see it's supposed to follow that general black line right in the middle, and watch the next update. You can see it shifts well to the southwest. And it moves more west there. So, yet another example of why it's moving further west than forecasted, just like the title and thumbnail says. It's still moving more west than forecasted. But that is pretty subtle, so... But that's all it takes. The more subtle... Let me zoom in a bit for you guys. There you go. There. It was barely off your screen. So that's the old update, new update. And you can see the position update, that orange dot, the orange circle with the black dot in the middle, signifying where the storm's position is. Past update, newest update. And you could just tell it's on the southwest side of that cone. So, like I said, if it's just that one wobble, that's not that bad. But we've been having these west wobbles for the last 3 days, and that's when it really starts to equate up to a big west turn. And that's why we've traded from a near miss of Bermuda to in the middle of between NC and Bermuda to, okay, this is getting a little close for comfort for North Carolina. Like, the first few model runs that we had once this was designated a tropical storm showed east of Bermuda. Then it was a little closer to Bermuda, then a little bit even further from Bermuda, and it just kept this west shift slowly but surely over the last couple days. And the biggest was definitely in the last 3 days, ever since this became a Category 5 hurricane. Because you can see here, look how sharp of a turn that was originally forecasted. Like, that was literally, if we follow that approximate track here, that would probably put it very close to Bermuda. Maybe even, yeah, somewhere very close to north of Bermuda. And then you could see it slowly get more west, big west shift on that. Huge west shift right there. Another west, more west, more west, more west, more west, more. I mean, almost every new cone. This is when it wasn't shifting too much. Not too big of changes between those 6 advisories there. Not that far west. And then it started another big west shift in the last 4 advisories or so. So, it's gone west. For sure. And I think that's not a small west shift. You know, we get wobbles, and we mention that a lot. When it wobbles, it can wobble right back on course if it wobbles off course. But these weren't one and done wobbles. This was a wobble west for the last, like I said, 3 days. Let's see here. New consecutive burst there. Ooh. Maybe an eye trying to clear out again. Let's see. Yeah, you could see the hot tower starting on the southwest side here. The big blob that has been there on the east side. And then a little bit of cooler cloud tops and stronger convection happening on the northern side. Where did they get that 115 knot sustained wind speed from? Was it from the southwest eye? I believe it was this recon here. This doesn't look right. This does not look right for some reason. But it is. I don't know what quadrant they got that 115 knot wind speed at. Well, maybe it was the eastern eye wall. Yeah. Looks like it was probably the eastern eye wall. I don't know. That may be an eye clearing out. You can definitely tell the center is... That's your huge outer eye wall. And your main inner eye wall is definitely right in here where those wind speeds are the maxed. And it's pretty big. It's probably a pretty big eye. Probably a pretty big eye there. And it's just trying to start poking out on satellite. Well, actually, my bad. Hold on. I did that wrong. This would be the eye down here. But Recon passed that 20 minutes ago, so that definitely would mean it's a little bit further to the northwest. Yeah, so just to show you here, this is where you have like 75 plus knots right in here. 75 plus knots in this area. Come on. It goes off your screen. It's off your screen right there. That whole area, 75 plus knots there towards the surface. And then this is where it gets closer to the 100 plus knots at the surface. I didn't go far enough east. And then your eye right in here. And just to put it all with the NHC, yikes, yeah, they did expand that at least somewhat. So that's hurricane force wind speeds is greater than, equal to or greater than 74 miles per hour, and they have it that large. And honestly, I think it could be larger. I think it could be larger at that point. Because hurricane force wind speeds were recorded way up here. Way up here, we were getting 73 knots. And if we convert that, remember, 73 knots flight level. So that gives us about 84 miles per hour flight level. And that converts down to about 75 miles per hour, which is hurricane status. Hurricane wind speed sustained at the surface. So your hurricane force wind speeds definitely could be larger according to Recon. And this barb here, that is greater than 90 knots. Greater than 90 knots there at flight level, which is maybe near 100 miles per hour. Flight level converts back down to about 90 miles per hour, which is upper tier Cat 1. Point is, this wind field is growing quick. And it's going to keep growing quickly. I don't expect the hurricane to get too much stronger, though. I really don't think it will get too much stronger. Let's go to the most recent frame there. Yeah, you can see more hot towers forming on the southern side. Still have that huge hot tower on the east side. And a little bit of stronger hot tower starting on the northwest side. So that's your main outline of strongest convection there. Your main primary eye wall is right in here. And of course your eye looks to probably be right in there. I mean, that looks to be your eye. I don't see why it wouldn't be. It looks like a pretty good spot for your eye. It's not off to the southeast at all. Maybe slightly southeast, but not much at all. That's assuming it is your eye and not just some random clearing convection. Yeah, it's trying its best to stay Cat 4. NHC thinks it will stay Cat 4 all the way till tomorrow afternoon. Last I checked here. Yeah. All the way till after 2 p.m. So it would be Category 3 at either the 5 or 8 p.m. update tomorrow. That is in Eastern time. So the next full NHC advisory is at 11 o'clock. If you didn't know, they have intermediate advisories. That's what we got at 8 p.m. So 8 p.m. was intermediate advisory. 11 p.m. is a full package advisory. That means your entire cone is updated. Your everything to do with your storm's position, the intensity, the movement, the direction it's moving, that's all updated. And a bunch of your other products are updated as well. Your watches, warnings, all that stuff gets updated. And your surge forecast, a bunch of things get updated. It's a full package. And you get those at 5 p.m., 5 p.m., 5 a.m., and 11 p.m., 11 a.m. And then intermediate advisories 3 hours after that. After each full package. Takes you a while to get used to that. They update very frequently. I forget the times really often. If that is the eye, it's just southwest of the track. I mean, barely. Barely. Nothing crazy. Still well in the cone, but it is to the west-southwest. I mean, if you keep getting like a 3-mile west shift every 2 hours, eventually it's going to add up. And it will add up fast, but I don't think we'll keep getting west shifts like this. I think that's where it was at the 11... No, maybe the 5 p.m. update right there. I don't think it was that fast. There's no way. Okay, yeah. That was the 5 p.m. update. So 5 p.m. there, 8 p.m. here. And it really hasn't moved a crazy amount in the last 2 hours still. Like, this is where it was at 7 p.m. Somewhere generally in here at 7 p.m. And we're almost at 9 p.m. and it's... I mean, it's right where they have the 8 p.m. The 8 p.m. Current low pressure being. Like this right here, this is for 8 p.m. Eastern time. And it is 8:52. And that possible eye is located still to the west-southwest of the 8 p.m. position update. So, we'll see. We'll see what they have at the 11 o'clock, but it should be right about here at 11 p.m. Maybe a little before that. Generally at that white line at the 11 p.m. Eastern update here in 2 hours. You think it's an eye, Sam? It's a small one trying to poke out, but I do think it is an eye. What is this SPC outlook? We got to take a quick intermission here. Hold on a second. I got to show y'all the new SPC Day 1 outlook for today. We got a marginal in North Dakota, South Dakota, marginal in Illinois. Then we have a slight back out here in Kansas, Nebraska, and then a slight back up in South Dakota. But they also misaligned the marginal risk outline. I'll show you on, this is their Twitter post here. Look at the marginal in Illinois. They misaligned the outline. That's supposed to be more north and more southwest. That's the new Day 1 outlook. I think we had a tornado warning earlier today near Chicago, but I don't believe it touched down. I didn't see it go observed. It was a very brief, weak area of rotation. Yeah, they took off the 2% tornado risk today. Oops. Yeah, so if you haven't already, once again, make sure you hit that like button. We're at 220 likes, so over half of you guys now have hit that like button. That's really appreciated. And if you haven't already, subscribe to the channel with your notification bell set to all so you know when I go live tomorrow, because I will be live giving another update tomorrow. For those who haven't heard, for the coastline of North Carolina, once again, we've had about 70, right around 70 rip current rescues along the coastline of Wilmington, North Carolina, because of rip currents today. There is storm surge watches and tropical storm watches out for the Outer Banks in North Carolina. That stretches from just north of Kitty Hawk all the way down to Beaufort, North Carolina. Taking a look at the storm surge map real quick. Already have that pulled up because we looked at it pretty recently. You can see they have storm surge up to 4 feet. 4 feet on the furthest land out into the ocean here is extreme eastern Outer Banks of North Carolina. And then that actually does go back a little bit more in both directions. So 2 to 4 feet there. And then 1 to 3 feet all the way from extreme southeastern Virginia back up to north of Kitty Hawk. And then an additional 1 to 3 feet from about Beaumont all the way back down to, goes off your screen. I'll scroll down here, past Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. So pretty good storm surge is expected. And also the rip currents, once again, to point those out. The yellow, this darker gray right here at my cursor, that is no data. So that's considered a 0 out of 3. That means there's just simply no data there. The light gray, that is a 1 out of 3. The yellow is a 2 out of 3. And the red is a 3 out of 3 for a rip current risk. That's low, moderate, and high for today. So it's high along the coastal areas of eastern Florida to southeastern Georgia, moderate from southwest South Carolina through northeast NC, most likely high from about Virginia Beach all the way back up to New York City, and then it turns to moderate there for Long Island, low for Rhode Island, and then moderate going back towards Cape Cod, I believe Cape Cod, and eastern Massachusetts. And tomorrow, pretty much all of it is moderate or high. So red, that's all high. A bunch of it from Florida all the way up to almost Rhode Island along the East Coast. Maine is in the low, level 1 out of 3, but Maine will be put probably into that 2 out of 3 for Wednesday. And then that could even be upped to a 3 out of 3 for Wednesday and Thursday. So very, very strong rip currents are anticipated. And also, of course, evacuations. I'll say those again for those who may not have heard earlier. This is the only evacuations I'm aware of at the moment. We go to Dare County, North Carolina. I really should save that site because it takes me a minute to find it every time. Now I can't find it. I should have saved it. Oh, this is something new I haven't seen yet. Oh, man. I didn't realize it was that large of an area. So it's this entire region, all the way from this white line all the way down to like here. At least that entire area under mandatory evacuations. I didn't realize it was that large of a region. Let me go. Okay, there we go. Evacuation begins at 10 a.m. Monday on August 18th. That's today, 2025, for all the visitors in the evacuation zone A area. Tomorrow, Tuesday, 8 a.m., August 19th, 2025, residents mandatory evacuation begins 8 a.m. Once again, 8 a.m. tomorrow, Eastern Time. The impacts, storm surge, gusty winds, high waves, 15, 20 feet, as well as extreme beach erosion, coastal damage being likely, and significant threat to life and property. And that's in the evacuation zone. Okay. I mean, that is still holding strong there. We still have whatever that is holding strong. Oh, one of our recon is going right back in, so they're going to go for an eye pass here. Yep, they're going to go right for that eye. From the southwest eye wall to the northeast eye wall, going right through the eye. Check water vapor. There's definitely... It looks like an eye is clearing out to me. Because you can see it. You can see the main... There's big convective burst 1, big convective burst 2, and then just some convective burst up here. And you have a lack of moisture right in the middle. There is your recon they just updated. 989 knots, 66 knots. 989 millibar, 66 knots. And they're going to be moving, like I said, right into that eye. Our other recon, they're going to go a little bit further for a pass. They may even go back. I don't know if they're going to do one more full pass or go back right now, because that's a pretty far trip. I don't know. I don't know how much fuel they have. 989 millibar on Recon. That is nowhere near the eye right now. They are almost 70 miles away from the eye. The lowest millibar is 947, I believe. Yeah, 947. Yep. They're very close to, if not at, hurricane force wind speeds. Yeah, that's about... That would be considered probably 70 mile per hour wind sustained. So that is upper echelon tropical storm right there. But very close to hurricane force wind speeds. Go back to satellite here. This is infrared satellite imagery. We want to see if that eye is just going to close right up or not. Because it doesn't seem like a very stable eye. Doesn't seem like a stable eye at all. See if the wind shear died out at all. Wind shear is the main thing that's keeping this from being any stronger. The wind shear map I normally use is not available right now. Huh, interesting. Oh well. I guess I can't check that yet. I'm gonna refresh it, see if I can. Try to outsmart it by refreshing it. Never know, sometimes it works. Nah, it worked. Told ya. Yeah, it's still in 15 knot wind shear. It's still in 15 knot. Looks like northwesterly wind shear. Northwesterly wind shear there. So unless we get like a lot more convection to fire up here, this eye is probably not going to maintain. Probably won't end up maintaining if we don't get some more convection to try to help block that northwesterly shear. Because you could see what it's done to the outer bands here. You can see how it's sheared away a lot of this portion of the storm up here. Now, there is still, tropical storm force wind speeds up here, but the main core has been sheared off from the northwest side. And you can tell that because you can really see that because your low pressure is here. And look how much extra convection we have on the southwest side where there's minimal wind shear, and even the northeast side where there's minimal wind shear compared to the northwest side up here where it's a lot lighter colors, pretty much no gray, cold cloud tops there. Which I don't know exactly what the gray is here. I'm guessing it's probably around like -70 Celsius. Maybe lower. I can go on Tropical Tidbits to give you an estimate on that northwest side. Yeah, that northwest side looks to be between like 68 and like 75. That's what it looks to be. And I'm referring to the northwest side as all of this. All of this. Closer to 75 with this portion of the northwest side. So we should get our recon update here very shortly. Probably still going to be about 10 or so minutes. And hopefully they haven't completely changed trajectory on us. Yeah, 5 minutes. 5 minutes. I don't think landfall is possible. I have not seen a single model run show landfall. Until then, I'm not going to say it's a possibility. I haven't seen a single ensemble or a single deterministic or anything show landfall in North Carolina. Now, some get very close. Some get really, really close. Some are even within like 75, 100 miles from the Outer Banks, but none are landfall. None show a direct hit. The closest, I think, is the Icon model run. Either the Icon model run or one of the furthest west European ensemble member. I did see the, what is it, the UK something? UK Met, that's what it's called. UK Met was very, very close to a landfall, but I don't think it was a landfall. Which I haven't used that model run often whatsoever, so I don't know its accuracy. I'm assuming it's not very accurate because it's really far west at the 12Z run. Yeah, I mean, the 12Z run that's probably like 30, 40 miles from landfall. So some get very, very close, but none actually make landfall. I haven't seen a single model have landfall in North Carolina, so like I said, until I see that, I'm not going to say it's even a possibility. That eye is opening up even more. It's opening up even further. If that does get completely clear, that should help it maintain Category 4 status overnight. I don't think it would strengthen it any stronger than maybe 135 miles per hour. It might strengthen it by 5 miles per hour, but I doubt it's going to strengthen it enough to get it to like a mid-tier or upper-tier Cat 4, and likely near no chance of a Cat 5. And I would bet that eye is not going to last long, too. I would say it's not going to be a very long-lasting eye. This thing has struggled with a well-formed eye. It hasn't had an eye like that pinhole eye it had 2-3 days ago at this point, ever again. That was the only well-formed eye it had. It had a large eye, but it was very, very wobbly, and that was overnight last night into this morning. So it did have another eye. It was just really wobbly and never completely cleared out and got to its full potential earlier this morning. Yeah, I would say it probably is, Sam. I would say it's probably just going to fall apart. There's a Recon update. Yeah, not surprised they're not finding that intense of wind speeds. I mean, they're still finding upper tier Category 2 status wind speeds there in the southwest eye wall. But the strongest winds are definitely in the southeast eye wall. Definitely in here is where your strongest wind speeds will be. So, the lowest wind speeds in this system, in terms of around the eye, is likely going to be in... This gap is probably one of the weakest. I mean, that's like one of the warmer cloud tops right there. Because you can see all this is getting really well organized, and even this is starting to reorganize pretty good too. And even back here we have at least some decently cooler cloud tops. So they actually, considering there's some cooler cloud tops here, they may actually find some barely higher wind speeds. Let's see. 87, 89. Looks like they're between 87 and 89 right now over the last few barbs here. They might find slightly higher in this area because of those cooler cloud tops, and because it's closer to this possible eye. You can see, again, it's 9 o'clock, and this is where the eye was expected to be at 8 p.m. This was the 8 p.m. update. They put the center right there. So if we go off the NHC, this thing is not moved at all for the last hour and 12 minutes. But I think it's going to start picking up speed again, especially if that eye is a real eye and becomes more clear. It should start picking up more northwesterly speed here. Let's see here. I said I'm not going to consider landfall a possibility until models or ensembles show it. And I don't think we're going to see models or ensembles show it. Mods disappeared? Then what are you doing in here, Caleb? By then it's too late. There's already tropical storm watches out, so... And, I mean, like I said, it would have to shift. This thing shifts like 3 miles every 2 hours or so, and even then, it's not consistently shifting west over the next 2 hours. It's moving mainly to the northwest. It's moving northwest at about 10 miles per hour? But over the last few hours, it's been much slower than that. Specifically the last 2 hours. And it seems like it shifts west every now and then it ends up shifting very close to on track again. But I don't think people realize how far this thing's got to shift. We are talking about a near 300-mile shift to the northwest for this thing to make landfall. 300-mile shift. That means it would have to be out here towards the Bahamas if it followed the same trajectory. It would have to be over here to go up and clip North Carolina. Or it would have to be 300 miles or so west at this point to clip North Carolina, or actually even then it would go more like that. And I don't see that happening. I don't see a 250 to 300 mile shift happening over the next, I don't know, how long? Let's see. Yeah, over the next 3 days. Just wanted to double check with that. Let's see here. In the end, does it really matter? If you're talking about the position of the storm, yeah. Yeah. It's going to matter a lot. I just don't think it's going to shift 250 miles. I do think it could continue to shift a bit further west. I just don't think it's going to be that much. Let's see where's our other hurricane hunters at? Okay, yeah, they're still going away from the system. I think they're going back. I'm pretty sure they're going back. And these guys probably will go back. Not now. They might do another full pass through the eye and then head back. I don't know, let me check this pattern back here. Yeah, so these guys, which they came from the same general vicinity. Okay, hold on. This one. So they went 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times through the eye. Yep, because they went up this way, so that was 1, and then they came back 2, 3, and then 4. And these guys have already gone, what, once? These guys went through 2 times and then left. 1, 2. But they have a further trip back. So our current recon that we are using going into this eye, they're probably going to go through it here and then cut back this way and maybe go through this way and then possibly go down 1 more time and go through it again and then head back. I think 2 more times Recon's going to get through the side, counting this one. 2 or 3 more times. So we're probably still going to have Recon in this for a good another 2 hours or so. And then the next Recon to take off will be... Let's see. Next Recon takes off in 8 hours. Yeah. 8 hours. So we're not going to have Recon from probably about 11 p.m. all the way till about 5 a.m. overnight tonight. All right, let me go see this Recon when they last updated. Yep, should be in the next 3 minutes. Should be in the next 3 minutes. It already took the turn. What do you mean? It's on track. Look, this is where the eye is, and this is where it's expected to be. It's like a 2 mile difference. It's literally on track right now to follow the NHC's pinpoint forecast. But I think it's going to wobble further west. I do think it will again. So it's already taken that turn. If you can't tell that it's taken the turn, then you're blind, because let me go here and I'll turn off all this stuff so you can see it very clearly. You can clearly see it has taken that northern turn. Clearly can tell. Yeah, I do think it will be pushed west again. I just don't think it will be 250 miles west. So, yeah, that the longer we go, the more I'm thinking that is the eye. I wasn't for sure, but it's staying in the same general vicinity, so we're going to find out very quickly, because Recon's going to go through this at any given minute, and we'll be able to figure out. And there you go. Yep, they turned around because they missed it. You can see they just turned a bit because they missed it a little. So they're probably going to try to go through it this way. The lowest millibar was up here. That was the lowest millibar. This millibar right here. So that's the one closest to the center. But most likely we're going to get a lower millibar if they do go right through this lack of convection here, which I'm pretty sure is the eye. Did they find any wind speeds higher? 85 knots, 87. Nah, they didn't find anything higher in the cooler cloud tops over here. So we'll see if they can hit the eye this time. Hopefully they turn a little bit more to go into the eye. You can see a big burst of convection there on the east side. Look at that. Big burst of convection right there. So pretty sure that's the eye. Like I said, the lowest millibar from Recon is right there. This point you see. And if they go through this portion and it's lower millibar, then we know that's the eye for certain. But we haven't seen an eye on this thing in a while, so that's why we're not too sure. Because if I go back here, let me do a longer loop for you. We haven't seen an eye on this thing in quite a long time. Keep going back. Still no eye, no eye, no eye. We're back to 1 o'clock earlier this afternoon. And there you go. So we haven't seen an eye since about 10 a.m. this morning. Almost 12 hours ago was the last time we saw an eye. So that's why I'm unsure if this is the eye. Because we ain't seen it in so long. And that's why we have Recon to confirm if it is or is not the eye. They missed it that first time, which is why you can see they did that sharp, very sharp turn. Hopefully they're going to go right through this lack of convection, and then we can see if it is indeed the centralized low pressure. But yeah, if you guys haven't already, make sure you hit that like button. We're at just over 260 likes. And also share the stream with your family, friends, social media. Help spread weather awareness about this Category 4 hurricane. And if you're new to the channel and you like the content you're watching, make sure to hit that subscribe button with a notification bell set to all so you know when I go live tomorrow. I'm not even gonna... Never mind. I'm not even gonna acknowledge someone in chat right there. I mean, I agree it's going to be a pretty close call to North Carolina. I just really don't think it's going to be a landfall. I don't think we're seeing a landfall. There is no guidance that tells me we're seeing a landfall out of this. And then just looking at the trough over the northeastern U.S. and the one that's going to be over near Greenland, that's going to influence the steering current here. And then the huge high pressure over the central plains, that's going to help steer it too. And then you have the high pressure just east of Bermuda, that's going to help steer it too. It should all steer it. Hopefully, it's going to be close to North Carolina, but hopefully not a landfall to North Carolina. Let me see if I can get a good product to show you. Let's see here. Okay. Well, here's something. This is the 700 millibar vorticity from the GFS. And this is our main high pressure that's steering it right here. And that is steering it this way. And then you have this trough back up here over the northern US. And then you have a trough that divots back out towards Greenland. And this trough is going to be the one that helps pull it up. Just like that. And once it gets to just parallel of Virginia, that's when it's going to start speeding up and it's going to be embedded inside of this jet stream right here. And then we do have a high pressure back out in the central plains too, a little bit left of that H. And that's keeping it away from going into North Carolina and going further into the U.S. So you've got this little window in between the outer banks of North Carolina and a little west of Bermuda. This small window here. And then, of course, wherever the center is now, which I don't know exactly where it is. And it's going to just keep that turning to the north, and it should get pretty close to North Carolina. But this high pressure off your screen should help keep it off the coastline of North Carolina. This jet stream should help pull it to the northeast of North Carolina. And this high pressure should help steer it to barely to the west-northwest of Bermuda. And then, of course, depending on where that high pressure goes out there near Bermuda, that is going to be what steers our next few systems. This high pressure will either help steer... That is a terrible H. This high pressure will either help steer these storms like this or like this for our next few systems. And it just depends on the location of that high. If it's more east, that's probably going to favor a bit more out to sea. If it's more west, that's going to probably favor closer to the U.S. And this is 126 hours out. And if we go back on the runs here without pulling a sounding, you can see the variation of that high pressure and where it's located for the next upcoming systems. All right, let's see if we have a Recon update. Not yet. Recon update will be in the next 3 minutes. Florida's not going to get any rain from this system directly, but the coastal areas of Florida, mainly north of Miami, across the entire east coast of Florida. North of Miami is going to get very strong rip currents, high waves, and could see some beach erosion. So the main impacts for Florida will be along the coastal areas. Let's see. See if we got any new 18Z here. Any new 18Z runs. Pretty sure I looked at all the hurricane model runs. I think it was the H Wharf that has this the furthest east, which is almost an outlier, if not is an outlier at this point. It has it the furthest east, and it has it with the smallest wind field out of our main hurricane models. That is your new lowest millibar right there for this pass. I don't know if they got the absolute lowest millibar, but that does confirm this is indeed our eye, because that's your lowest 2 millibar points right there and right there. So that does confirm this is indeed our centralized low pressure somewhere in here. That is indeed our eye. Because that puts the pressure down to 947.6, which is really, really close. Really close. You would have to round it up to 948, but that's really close to the NHC's 947 millibar at the 8 p.m. update an hour and a half ago. It's a mixture of poor wind shear and just the eye wall replacement cycle never went very well. But at this point, it's wind shear. We never really had a good eye after that eye wall replacement cycle started at 5:30 p.m. the day, I think it was the day before yesterday. No, it was back here when it was north of the Lesser Antilles. It never really got a really good stable eye going since then. And now it's encountered wind shear, and that's just helping to keep it even more unstable. Seeing if anyone else has posted anything new on Twitter here. Nope. I think the NHC will keep it. I think the NHC will probably keep 130, 947. I think they'll still keep it Cat 4 at 11 p.m. Eastern. It easily could shift west again. I'm pretty much anticipating that, considering how far west it's been shifting. It would not surprise me if it shifts west again in the future. But it's shifted west for the last 72 hours, and today it was a pretty big shift to the west on the NHC's cone. Like, if we look at that cone now, that cone, it used to be 250 miles from the Outer Banks. It's now only 100. So they shifted it a lot in the last 24 hours. And then the system as a whole did have a little bit of a, you can see a little bit of a west shift right there, shifted west and then went back northwest. So shifted west this morning, and because of that, the entire cone on the NHC was shifted west. And we may even see a bit more of a shift west with this NHC cone at the 11 p.m. update, because Again, if we follow this, you can see clearly at the 8 p.m. update, it's not right here at the 8 p.m. update where it should have been. It's more to the west. So this thing clearly went at least a good 10 miles more to the west in the last 3 to 6 hours here. And then it shifted at 3 more miles west in the last 2 hours. I think 9:45, there's got to be lower pressure. Let me see. Yeah, I think that the eyes got a lower pressure than what Recon found. I think they missed the lowest pressure there. Yeah, maximum winds were 107 knots flight level, which again, that's like 120, 125. I think that's about 125 miles per hour towards the surface, sustained winds. And then the minimum pressure was around 947. So I think it's still right around that NHC update at 8 p.m. in terms of its intensity. All right, let me go check. I want to check with our other hurricane hunter. Yeah, they're definitely going back. They are definitely going back. Yeah, so the main new information we'll get here is from the recon we have out right now, and then the NHC update at 11. Alrighty, so once again, there's our cone of uncertainty. This is the 5 o'clock p.m. cone. The first part of that cone they updated at 8 p.m., but the rest of the cone from here on out hasn't been updated since 5 p.m. So we'll continue to see if this cone shifts any more west in future updates. Am I going to be live at 11? I don't know. I'm not too sure if, to be honest with you, I really want to end here soon, but I'm not too sure. Because I've really given all the information I can at this point. And I don't think Recon won't be back into this storm here because they're going for obviously they're going to fly way out and then, well, maybe not that far. I don't know if they'll go maybe back south is probably what they're going to do and then go back in like that. But it's going to be a good about an hour before they get their next pass in here. They barely missed the strongest convection, which is probably off to the south, but they're just keeping their pattern. You can see they missed it. This turn they did right here, they turned a little southeast right there for some reason. That's what made them miss the eye. If they just kept that same trajectory, they would have clipped it and then would have just been able to do a smooth pass. But instead, they moved a little too far southeast. And because of that, they had to do this weird little turn and then go back out. Which that weird little turn confirmed that this is indeed an eye trying to form. So that whole southeast side, all this gray you see here, that is pretty intense convection. It's very, very cool cloud tops. It's really cool cloud tops. And what that means is it's pretty intense. Most likely that's where our strongest winds are, potentially up to sustained winds of 130 miles per hour based on the new NHC update. And I don't know which way Recon's going to go. Like I said, they're probably, I feel like they're going to want to go south and then back up like this. The reason why is because they already did that on the west side. You can see they did that through the west side, so they're probably going to want to do the same exact pattern on the east side. I don't know what else. The other thing they could do is this and go west and then back through like that. But either way, they're going to get the southeast eyewall. Either way. I mean, the plane is angled west, but that could just be a glitch. That could just be a glitch there on Radar Omega. There's only two directions they can go, west and south. Only two ways. But yeah, if y'all haven't already, make sure you hit that subscribe button with the notification bell set to all. We've almost gained 100 subscribers today, and we will be live again tomorrow. Probably going to go live for the 5 o'clock update. Well, maybe. I don't know. Hold on. Let me see. I'm going to do a time conversion real quick. Give me a second. Yeah, we should still be good to stream at 7 o'clock tomorrow. We'll probably stream at 7 again. We'll aim for 7 p.m. Eastern tomorrow as well. Hey, I mean, if it does keep shifting west, the more west it goes, the more it's going to motivate me to go out to the Outer Banks. But like I said, I already know this is closed. They're not going to probably let you in this area. This whole area is likely been evacuated. If not, should be completely evacuated tomorrow night into Wednesday morning. So really the only place to go is what me and Lucky were originally planning for, which is either up here or down here. And we're still just 50-50 ongoing. We don't know. We're not sure. Yeah, I don't even know if they'll let us out this area either, because they'll probably close down this region. Wouldn't surprise me. Evacuate this whole island, close down this road. If they don't close down that road, it might be completely overflowed by waves. Not storm surge, but waves. Depending on how tall that bridge is. I don't know how tall that bridge is at all. You know what? I'm gonna go check. Because that's something if we go, I'll need to know that. Let me go see how tall this bridge is. Give me a second. I'm gonna go see it. I'm using Google Maps. Oh. Yeah, no. No, it is not that tall. Especially where it first begins, it's not tall at all. Lord have mercy. Yeah, that is probably going to be shut down. I'm going to send a photo of this to Lucky. He's going to be like, heck no, we ain't going on that. To, let's see, near Kitty Hawk. He's going to be like, that sucker is going to be closed. That is not a big bridge at all. All right, we're going to see which way this Recon is angled to here in a minute. In a couple minutes. Should get a new update in about 6-7 minutes from Recon. Let me see here. How much rain is the hurricane producing? So, out to sea right now in the middle of nowhere, it's going to be producing up to 20 inches of rain over the next 2 days in some spots. But over land in eastern North Carolina, which the eye wall and the eye won't be over land, but the outer bands of it may be, could produce local 2 to 3 inches of rainfall for the outer banks. I think the WPC is forecasting around 2 inches of rain. Yeah, they're forecasting about 1.5 inch of rain for extreme eastern NC. So, like I said, either Recon is going to be heading west, like this icon shows here on Radar Omega, and they'll go west and then go from northwest to southeast, or what I think is more likely, they go from southeast to northwest. I think that is a more likely case where they go from southeast to northwest through the eye that way. So that's the next thing to watch for. Wait for Recon. Like I said, next NHC update. We're only about 45 minutes away from the next NHC update. 45 minutes to an hour. If I can get lucky in here, I'll stay live. Because I got to go do something real quick, and that would be the reason to end. But if I can get him in here for, even if it's just 5 minutes while I go do something, that'd be great. So we'll probably stay... I'm planning to stay live for the 11 o'clock update. Hopefully we get Recon in this. We should be able to get them in here one more time, whether they go west and then southeast, or south and then northwest. They should be able to get back into this eye before the 11 o'clock update. It's been shifting west a lot. Over the last 3 days, really, it's been shifting consistently. But today's when the NHC really shifted that cone, and because of that, they issued the tropical storm watches and the storm surge watches for the Outer Banks of North Carolina. I can't tell you exactly how much it's going to be shifting west. I think it will shift a bit further west, and it's going to be a very close call for North Carolina with hurricane force wind gusts. And in terms of the next system, I'm anticipating a high likelihood of a tropical depression around the realms of somewhere around Puerto Rico towards Saturday, near Saturday. All right, Lucky ain't gonna be here till just before 11. I did see the latest run from the GFS. Yes, I sure did. Hold on, y'all. I gotta do something real quick. At least I can do this from here, but there's something I gotta do elsewhere. There we go. Come on, Recon. Any second now. Oh. Okay, they're going a little bit further out. Got it. So they haven't turned at all just yet. They decide to go a little bit further out. If they don't turn on this next one, I will be shocked. It's not going to, gaming. It won't. There's two high pressures and a trough that says no. All right, y'all. I'm gonna take a little break here. There's gonna be nobody talking, so I will be right back. I didn't mean to pull that up. I was gonna pull up. What should I pull up? I was gonna pull up a longer loop of satellite here. So I will be right back in a couple minutes, like 5 or so minutes. I just have to go do some stuff, and then after I'm done that, we can continue our live stream for the 11 p.m. update. So just give me like about 5 minutes or so. We will stay live, but like I said, Lucky's not going to be here for another hour, and I got to go get this stuff done real quick. So I will be right back. Bear with me just a bit. All right, y'all. I am back. There you go. Now we can stay live for another hour or so. for the 11 o'clock update. Alrighty, let's see if something changed while I was gone for, I don't know, what was that? That had to be about 5 minutes, right? Somewhere around there. Still a not very stable eye. Not surprised there. Like I said, I don't think this is going to get to a crazy well-defined eye here. But it is trying its best to poke out. There's not enough northwest convection. There's really not. You could see the lack of convection up here. And considering we have northwesterly wind shear, look at that. It's just ripping it apart. You can tell. You can tell it's ripping it apart up here. Look, it's making an indent in the northern side of the system. So we'll see what happens over the next overnight tonight. See if the shear completely destroys it in the overnight hours or not. But that is definitely a clear wind shear right there. And it's getting closer and closer to that northwest side. We'll see if it gets to the core at all tonight into tomorrow morning. But yeah, I don't expect it to strengthen further. At most 5 miles per hour. And if that happens, it's probably going to have to be tomorrow afternoon. But then again, the wind shear doesn't improve tomorrow, so I don't really know. We'll see what the NHC goes with at the 11 o'clock update. I wouldn't be surprised if they drop this right here. Wouldn't be surprised if they drop these two to Category 3. This is the 2 a.m. update. Definitely wouldn't be shocked if that gets dropped to Category 3. And then this one, wouldn't be shocked if that's also dropped too. But it's likely still going to maintain major hurricane status all the way up until its parallel of NC. And even if it does drop beneath Category 4 status tonight into tomorrow morning, I still think there is a chance somewhere in here that it regains briefly Cat 4 status. I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised if we briefly have this re-intensified to Cat 4 after it goes back down to Cat 3. Or just stay around that mid-tier Cat 3 for a couple hours and then eventually drop its wind speed gradually as it moves off to the northeast. But we'll have to see what Recon finds this time by maybe going through the southeast. They're going to have to go through the southeast side of the eye wall regardless. Like I said, if they go west and go southeast, they're going through it. If they go south and then northwest, they're going through it. I think south is a better option because not only do you fill in the data here, but you also get to that eye wall on the southeast quadrant quicker, meaning that there's a lesser chance of the NHC having to push their update a little bit later. So we'll see what which way Recon goes here. I don't think they're going to go any further northeast. If they do, it will be very, very minimal. No, it's not going to go to Jamaica. Nope. Unless you're talking about another AOI. But this isn't. And even if that's not what you were talking about, just a heads up to anyone who was wondering, it's definitely not going towards Jamaica. It's not that strong of a steering current. It really isn't. Like, that high pressure is pretty far to the east, which is why we've probably been seeing this trend more and more west, and also because the storm's moved a bit more west as well. But it's not a very strong high pressure. It's still strong enough to turn it. And the main thing that's going to turn it is that high pressure in the central plains and the trough back up there towards just south of Greenland. But our high pressure is, let me see, our high pressure is like right here. That's where our high pressure is right now. And that's what's helping to steer it to the northwest. Now, if it was closer to that high pressure, if the high pressure was like right, say it was like right here, right? This thing would be steering a lot sharper to the northwest. And that's what was originally forecasted, is we'd have a high pressure, a secondary high pressure. Remember, we talked about that. A high pressure out here and a high pressure down in here. We talked about that secondary high pressure forming a little bit closer to Bermuda and pushing Erin a little bit more north and then out to sea like that, or right into Bermuda. But instead, that formed more to the south-southeast. And it's weaker as well, which has allowed it to kind of steer a little bit more on its own. And like I said, once it gets up to this point, it's going to hit that big jet stream up in here. And we're going to have that high pressure back out up here that starts to move this way. And of course, a high pressure rotates this way, so that's going to block it as well. So that's your steering current. And then, like I said, you have a high pressure, a little bit more east and a little bit weaker than originally forecasted. But that is still influencing that turn more to the north-northeast. Let's see here. Yeah, you can really see that wind shear tearing it apart. The system has not stopped moving. If you loop it from this angle, it looks like it's completely stopped moving. But you got to pay attention to that center. And I'll remove Recon so you can see the center clearly is still moving. It might get to about right here at the 11 o'clock update. It's really starting to pick up some speed now. Little bit surprised that Recon has decided to turn west. Little bit surprised they decided to turn west there, as opposed to going south and then northwest. Because they're not going to be getting to that southeast eyewall as fast, since they're going west, northwest to southeast. I didn't even realize I have Weatherwise open still right there. How far west did it shift? A pretty good amount. A pretty good amount. It's been gradual for the last 3 days, and when you have a gradual west shift for 3 days straight, that amounts up to quite a good shift. Because originally, about 3-4 days ago, we were thinking it was going to go much closer to Bermuda than North Carolina, and then slowly but surely we started to realize this thing's cutting a lot closer to North Carolina than it is to Bermuda. So it shifted quite a bit, to the point where Bermuda may not even get tropical storm force wind speeds anymore, and it shifted enough northwest to the point where we now have storm surge watches and tropical storm watches in effect. Let's see here. Yeah, I do think it will keep going a little bit west, but I don't know how much. That's the thing. Like I said, in order for this to have a landfall in North Carolina, we're talking about a full 250 to 300 mile northwest shift. I just don't see that happening, so I don't think a landfall is a possibility here. And no models show that. Not even the AI Euro model, which the AI Euro model has had a really good hold on this system's track. Really, ever since we started tracking it, it's had a good hold on it. Like literally, here's the AI Euro. This is 216 hours out. This is the model run from August 12th. August 12th, a 6-day old model run. And it predicted this very well. Let me go to the newest. That's a 6-day old model run for Erin. And here's the newest one. Just a bit of a west shift with the difference, a 6-day difference in the model run. Normally, that's insane. You know, let's compare it to the GFS. Let's go to about a 6-day run for the GFS here. Not terrible from the GFS, honestly. Not terrible, but definitely not where the AI Euro is. And then you can see the newest GFS, definitely a lot further of a west-southwest shift. I don't know if we can do it with... Oh, we can do it with the Euro. And then there's the Euro. 6 days. 6 days ago, this model run ran. And this is 228 hours out on this model run from 6 days ago. And then you can look at the newest, and it barely changed. It barely changed. Look at that. Let me go further back. Dude. Barely even changed with the Euro. Barely. That is crazy. So the Euro and the AI Euro seem to have done the best right there. And then I don't think I can really compare the icon. I mean, I could go back as far as possible with the icon, but it's not going to do too well. Yep. The icon has consistently stuck with a very low millibar east of North Carolina of less than 920 millibars. So we'll see if that verifies Thursday morning. Which I highly doubt. Alright, so again, there's Recon. They took a west turn. We should get an NHC should update in about 30 minutes to 50 minutes, so we're still a little ways off from that. Icon has done horrible with the intensity. Icon, I think, has done the worst out of every model run with the intensity. At least from what I have seen. Because it showed it being a tropical storm to tropical depression on August 16th, when it was in reality actually a Category 5 hurricane at that point. And then it's consistently said Cat 4, Cat 5 east of South Carolina and North Carolina, Wednesday night into Thursday. I will give it, yeah, I will give it the track has been pretty good. Yeah, I will agree with that. We'll see how it verifies on Thursday, how close it is to North Carolina in reality. Which I think the icon's still going to be pretty accurate in that sense, too. I'll give it that. It's actually done pretty well with the track. All right, let's see back over here. Go to lower level water vapor again. Not looking too good. Not looking too good at all with our eye. That wind shear definitely getting to the northwest side of the system. Definitely getting to this portion of the system for sure. Look at that. Yeah, that's what wind shear does right there. Very clear wind shear issue here. That is a really good example of wind shear. And it's north to northwesterly wind shear, so it's coming out of generally this direction. Which is why it's really shearing this part right in here. Big time wind shear. It's even starting to shear some of this down here too. Even some of this starting to get sheared off, but the main portion of it is definitely up here. That is crazy, crazy cutoff. But Recon is still finding tropical storm force wind speeds up there. Very low end hurricane force wind speeds right here. Which if we go to the wind field, yep. I mean, that's in line. It's still in line with what the NHC's wind field says here. The GFS just shifted too much. It just kept shifting. Way, way too much. Like, sure, one of the models were very close, but that was just one out of the a bunch of models that we got from the deterministic GFS, and many of them kept shifting by almost hundreds of miles each run when we were that far out. Sorry, I was looking at something. So, like I said, we're just waiting for Recon here. They got to get right about to here before they cut down to the southeast. And they're probably not going to get much wind speeds on the northwest side of this eye wall. I really don't expect anything over flight level winds over probably like 95 knots. I don't think we'll see anything over equivalent to a upper tier Cat 2 here. Because that shear is doing work. Definitely doing a lot of work right there. Now it's the waiting game. So we're just waiting for the 11 o'clock advisory, y'all. It's going to be in about absolute earliest is like 15 minutes. Latest is like 45 minutes. So we're still a ways from getting that advisory. Still the AOI behind that, if y'all didn't see it, is it's been upped at the 5 o'clock update. It was up to a 10%, 60% there. So that's a 10% for the next 2 days, 60% in the next 7 days. And then we did get an AOI behind that, south of Cape Verde, 10% and 10%. I love how people say clickbait when they can't use their eyes. I love it. Not shifting west. Gotta love it. Now that is somebody who's not weather aware because they don't know that it's been shifting west for the last 3 days. At least. So the main advisories, this is in Eastern time. And Eastern Time, the main full package advisories are 11 p.m., 5 a.m., 11 a.m., 5 p.m. Those are your four times a day you get a main package advisory. And then 3 hours after every main package advisory, you get a intermediate advisory, which is where they update the position of the hurricane, the intensity, and the general speed that it's moving and direction that it's moving. So those are at, like, let me think, 2 p.m., 8 p.m., 2 a.m., 8 a.m. That's all your advisories. So overall, they do 8 advisories, 4 of those intermediate, 4 of those full package. Full package being where they update the entire cone and all the products and stuff like that. I know it can get very, very, very confusing. And then we're going to have that time change too, which is going to change all the updates by 1 hour. Whenever that is, I forgot when that is. November? I think it's November when we change time. Yay. Really looking forward to that one. Can't wait for the sun to be setting at freaking 4:30 p.m. Man, that's going to be a doozy. That is going to be a doozy. Erin is so cooked it's going to weaken. What makes you think that? It's totally not like they're forecasting it to go to Category 3 here, and then mid-tier Cat 3 here, then low-end Cat 3 here, and then Category 2 here, and then low-end Cat 2 here, and then eventually mid-tier Cat 1. Yeah, it's on a weakening trend. We know. We know. We know it's going to weaken. It's going to be gradual weakening. And like I said, there is a chance for every now and then, if it gets an eye wall back and it gets a good eye going and it can strengthen maybe 5 miles per hour, we may see that. We may see it jump in intensity. It may go up 5 miles per hour, one update, and then it's going to go right back down. But we're not going to see it sustain anything higher than probably 130 mile per hour winds for long at all. Like I said, we could see, I wouldn't be shocked if it goes Cat 3 at this upcoming advisory here at 11 o'clock, and then I wouldn't be shocked if it briefly becomes a Category 4 again sometime tomorrow. And then eventually after that, I don't think it's going to have a chance to be Cat 4 after this point here. Have you seen Erin's core? Yeah. Yeah, I've seen the wind shear starting to get it. Is that what you're talking about? I've seen that. And I can see the eye is trying to poke out. That's actually the least colors we've had there, meaning that it is really trying to poke out. But I don't know. The shear's going to probably get to it pretty good here. Microwave imagery? No. No, I have actually not seen that. I bet it has barely any west-northwest eye wall. Let me see if I can see that. Current. Let's see this. Erin. Oh my word. Yep. It has the only eye wall that is intact is the southeast side. Right in here. That's it. It does not have a northwest. It does not have a northern or a southwestern eye wall. So the only part of the core that's intact is the southeast side. East side all the way down to the southern side. So this entire portion is just pretty much very, very weak. Probably a lack of convection in much of the northwest quadrant there. At least from what microwave imagery says. And that was still what? 045Z, so that was like an hour and a half ago. Hour and a half ago. So it's probably broken down even more than that. All right, let's see our next recon update here. Recon will update in... Oh, any second. It just updated right in front of you. There you go. There you go, just updated. And you can see, obviously they're really far now, but this is closer to low-end tropical storm force wind speeds here. So they're getting ready to, probably in the next 10 minutes, they're going to take that southeast turn. Most likely in the next 10 minutes, when we get that update here in about 12, 13 minutes, we'll see that full southeast turn. And then they'll go through the northwest eye wall. Yeah, we're probably going to get the NHC update before we get Recon into this storm. I'm pretty sure. Before Recon gets into this eye, we're likely going to see a new NHC update before then. I was really hoping they would go south and then northwest right here. I was hoping they would go south like this and then northwest like that so they could go through the main core before the NHC updates in the next 40 minutes. Within the next 40 minutes, we should have the NHC update. Like I said, typically it is 30 minutes to 10 minutes before, so this time right here, this is in UTC, also known as Zulu time. Anytime between 0230 and 0250Z. That is the most likely time frame of the NHC update. Although the last update was actually like 5 minutes after that. So it was actually, what? 23, like 55Z was our last NHC update. Which was about 2.5 hours ago. I don't think it's ever going to fully come back, Catman. I do think it will continue to get larger, but I don't think the main core will ever fully come back. I don't believe this should be Cat 4 at the next update, but that's not up to me. That's up to the NHC. I think this is weakened beneath Cat 4 at this point. And if it hasn't, then the only quadrant with Cat 4 wind speeds is probably either this blob up here. I would say probably that blob. That's really the only place I could see potentially Cat 4 wind speeds in. I don't really think we have any Cat 4 sustained wind speeds anywhere else. Because like I said, that core is very, very much lopsided to the southeast. And at this point, the only really good convection is down here and up here. And the strongest between the two is this one. Cat 3 120, I don't disagree. I really wouldn't disagree with that. If they brought it down by 10 miles per hour, I would not disagree. The question is, does it re-intensify at all tomorrow? Or is it just going to continue to weaken from here on out and never re-intensify at all? And is that weakening process going to get quicker? Because remember, I mean, at 2 p.m., this was what? I think it was at the 2 o'clock update. They upped it to 140. And then at 5 o'clock, 130. And then at 8 o'clock, it was still 130. And then at 11 o'clock, they're probably going to put it down even further. So I'm thinking they're going to end up decreasing those wind speeds. Let me see if this thing has just been sitting here forever, because I swear it really feels like it ain't moved that much. Let me do a very long loop of it. Oh my goodness. I didn't realize how much this thing stalled. Look at this. Right there. This thing stalled. And it's been stalled for a while. Wow. It really slowed down. So this was at 2 p.m. Eastern. About 2 p.m. Eastern, the center was located here. And now I'm going to push it all the way until where we are now. So that's not really a good say so there. It was like right there to right there in what, 8 hours? 8 hours. So not like a full stall right there, but at one point right in here, right here, it was like a complete stall from 22Z all the way till 00Z. It was like a full stall right at my cursor. It just didn't move much at all for 2 hours. Wow. That's crazy. It's like the second or third time it's done that. At least the second. Let me go see, did the CPC do their tropical update for the beginning of September yet? Oh, they did. They're actually going to do another one in 2 days. Yeah, they decrease the chance of tropical development towards the last week of August and the first week of September. Which I agree with. Honestly, the beginning of September doesn't look overly favorable at the moment. But that could obviously change as we observe it in real time. Let's see. I mean, if it just sits here, yeah, eventually it's going to just... It's not going to be able to intensify at all. Because it's just going to use up all the ocean heat content, and if it just stays in this one place, well, the wind shear is going to get to it really good too, and the temperatures are going to decrease, and eventually it's just going to slowly destroy itself. But I think it is moving again, so... I mean, to me it looks like it's beginning to move. Well, I'm curious to see what happens in the overnight hours, though, once the wind shear really starts hitting it. When it really starts hitting that core. It is moving northwest right now. It is still moving northwest. Relatively on track still from the NHC. But yeah, definitely a bit of a west wobble there, like you said. You can see it northwest, northwest, and then it kind of did a little bit of a wobble right there. That could easily just wobble right back, or it may not. That's what we've been seeing forever now with this thing. Wobbles all over the place. Good morning, Lucky.
Good morning.
You alive?
Yeah.
Barely.
Barely.
I knew it. I knew
Yep.
it. Ready to talk
Hey,
for the
well,
11 o'clock update.
alright.
Yeah, this thing's being sheared. Like insane. It got an eye back, but it's being sheared like crazy now. I gotta show you the new microwave imagery, and by new I mean it's not 4 hours old, but this one is about an hour and a half old. So it's newer than the one I previously sent to you. I gotta show you this. Hold on, y'all. I gotta try to get a good screenshot. There we go. Look at this. And this is before the wind shear really started hitting it. Like it is now.
Huh.
Isn't that a great core?
Totally. There's just no western. It looks like you cut a donut in half.
It's the perfect slice. A good slice from northeast to southwest. I'm pretty sure that's a clear image of where our wind shear is coming from. You could tell
Yeah.
it's northwesterly wind shear.
What's up, Legacy? What's up, Rainbow? How are y'all doing?
Recon is about to go through this again. They just started the southeast angle.
What's the max that they found so far?
What was it, like 108? 107.
You're
107.
lucky. How was your sleep? I haven't slept yet.
It's not going west, it's going northwest. We did just have a wobble that pushed it a little bit more west, though. You could see the wobble. But it probably is just going to wobble right back on course. But it is significantly further west than originally forecasted from like literally just 48 hours ago. It's insanely further west. And that's why we had those tropical storm and storm surge watches issued for NC. Because it just keeps going more and more west, so it's becoming more and more likely.
Y'all, we talked about it. We still don't know if it's worth going out.
Yep, I've been saying that this
But-
stream too.
because I'm new here. How are you? I'm doing pretty good, Jessica. I'm doing pretty good, actually. It was a good day today. Hope you had a good day too. But yeah, y'all, it's just you gotta take it to consideration.
The travel.
The travel, the gas money. What if we get stranded there? We gotta somehow get back somehow. That was probably unlikely because me and TRG, if we see something that's about to go wrong, we're like, okay, we're out of there. Like bro, we did like 4 times.
Oh, I didn't.
Last
Do you know how? Do you know how much they closed down? Here, I'll send you a screenshot.
show me how much they closed down.
This is. I'm pretty sure this is all closed or going to be closed. In between those
from
two
the
white
white
line. Yep.
Okay. Yeah,
And
dude,
then
no, that bridge. I'm
just
not
north
driving
of
on
the
that.
northern white line, you see the road 64, Highway 64. That's the bridge I
Yeah.
sent you.
I'm just
I
not
told
driving on that.
chat. I told chat. I said, yeah, that thing's gonna be closed.
Dude, that thing's not closed. That thing might get flooded. That thing's gonna get flooded.
I mean,
I think that's why.
I don't know if
I think
waves are
that's
gonna be able to reach that high, but it's gonna be close.
pretty close. Maybe some like, I don't know.
Because it's 15 to 20 foot waves, max waves 25.
And I mean, that could be 25 feet. That's probably way more than 25 feet. It just doesn't look like it on the picture, but when you're in person, it's a lot different.
Ooh, a little bit of convection blowing up.
Dude, that looks like a
wall.
dude. That looks like a road that like, I don't know. You know what it looks like? The back part, the straight part looks like a runway.
There's the NHC.
What do they do?
Let's see if it's 130. Or, yeah. See if it's still 130.
I'll give you a quick prediction right now. I just gotta look at a satellite imagery.
I know
So,
exactly what it is.
all right, I'm not looking at the chat. I swear. I gotta find the imagery. All right, Hurricane Erin. All right, let's see.
Look at the
So
bottom bar,
130.
y'all. Look at this.
All right, I want to say just because that northeastern side is and that southeastern side blew up a little while ago, I still want to say 130.
125. Cat 3.
I was just okay. I was gonna say 125, but I was like, that eastern Iowa still looks pretty okay. So, but yeah, it doesn't shock me. I mean, the shear's been impacting it all day, so it really doesn't shock me.
Yep. And it's moving at, wow, even slower. Now down to 8 miles an hour.
Do we think this thing's gonna somehow stall almost?
It stalled for about 2 hours.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh,
It's been slow. Very, very
bro.
slow.
Even on satellite. Hold on, wait. Let me see on visible shortwave. Let me see. Hold on. I might have been tripping, but where's the northwestern side of the storm?
I told you. It sheared off.
Like, dude, wow. Y'all, yeah, if y'all were here earlier, if y'all saw me earlier,
Oh.
I did say that this thing was getting pretty sheared off. Now we had mixed opinions about it, but that's okay. That we all have each other's opinions. That's always okay.
So they do have it getting down to 120, I believe, tonight into tomorrow morning. But they have it re-strengthening back to 125.
And that's because I feel like those warmer waters tomorrow.
I don't know if that is for tomorrow though. I think that might be for Wednesday. Cuz it looks pretty far out. Let me see.
At this rate, the way it's moving, it probably really doesn't matter.
That's not the
Like,
new track there.
Caleb, what's up? What's up, Caleb?
I'm going to go to Weatherwise. That gets it the fastest. Still ain't got it there. We'll have to wait for everything to update, but they are forecasting it to strengthen weaken tonight, weaken into tomorrow morning, and then re-strengthen back up to 125. But not Category 4 again.
Definitely, that's how you know that shear messed it up, y'all, because it was supposed to still strengthen to 145. They had it earlier, right?
Yeah, they added to
Yeah,
145.
and I guess they saw that. I mean, as y'all can see, there's really just there's no northwestern side of the storm. Like, yes, we'll get those tiny little blue convections here and there, but like none of the like yellows, oranges, and reds like we saw maybe, I don't know, like really 12 hours ago, honestly.
This morning.
And it really started getting sheared off to like early afternoon, and it got sheared off fast. So, which makes me wonder, TRG, because we're supposed to get the northwestern side, if not the west side of it. Like, obviously, it's gonna probably, once it gets out the shear,
it's gonna
it's
change.
gonna change. But like, I wonder, since it got sheared off so much, I wonder how that would, if it would affect NC at all, like the western side of it getting into NC.
It has 3 days to get it back, Lucky. Come on.
Yeah, I know, but like,
and they're forecasting it to re-strengthen.
well, yeah, it's true. But yet again, this thing's been a whole mess. So
it really has been
like,
ever since it went to Cat 4 status after Cat 5.
Yeah, it's just
that
been a
eyewall
mess.
replacement cycle at 5 p.m. on the 16th. Ever since then, it's been sloppy. We haven't got the cone yet, y'all. Still waiting on it. I know this is a lie because I swear I just saw it. The NHC update say it's not getting back to Cat 4. Forecast advisory, maximum sustained winds 110 through any valid time. That's not Cat 4, so I know this cone is wrong still. Refresh it again. Come on. Almost got it. I've got half of it. I have half of it on Weatherwise right now. Oh, I got it all on Radar Omega. There you go. Cat 3, 125. Cat 3, 120 tomorrow morning. Cat 3, 120 tomorrow night. Re-strengthens Wednesday morning and Wednesday afternoon. So they have it being stronger parallel of NC now. And then it rapidly falls off. Very rapidly falls off there. 24 hours goes from a low-end Cat 3 to a low-end, rather high-end Cat 1. No, that's mid-tier. Low-tier Cat 3 to mid-tier Cat 1 in 24 hours. Once it gets picked up by that trough. So there you go. So this point right here, that is when they had it getting to Cat 2, and this point right here was 115 Cat 3, and it's now changed. And this was also 115 Cat 3, and it's now 125. So they definitely, that's a pretty good change right there. Let's see if it shifted even more on the comparison cone. If we got it yet. Day 3 with line. Let's see here. Nah, not really any northwest shift from what I can tell. Really no big change there. A bit of a west shift in the short term. Obviously because it's turned quite a bit. But no huge west shift on this advisory. See if we got any storm surge update. Storm surge looks the same still. No shock there. Ooh. You know what I didn't see? Lucky. Almost
What?
in the 30 to 40% tropical storm force probabilities for the Outer Banks. Almost.
So it was 2030 earlier.
Yep. And that 5 to 10% goes all the way to like Greenville, NC. Or very close to Greenville, NC now. Yeah, I don't think there's really anything. Yeah. That's all. Looks like nothing's changed with the watches or warnings. So that's your main update. That's our 11 o'clock update. Now we get another update at 2 a.m. I'll be asleep for that. And then we get another main package at 5. Full package advisory at 5. But Recon's about 2 more updates away from this eyewall. Last update. So we'll get another update from Recon in about 9-10 minutes here. So we're about 20 minutes. About 20 minutes away from seeing this next Recon pass. I mean, yeah, it it is already west of the current NHC cone, the new cone. Not wrong there. That's the new cone, y'all. And the eye that is starting to be filled in is on the far southwest side and even getting a little bit outside of that cone. But that eye will likely just completely disappear and will, the main low is probably going to be a little bit more east than that. Because you could tell that's where your convection is. So if you did have convection on the northwest side, it'd be right there. So your eye is somewhere where I just circled, which definitely puts it to the southwest side of this NHC cone. And then obviously your eye is right about there. That's a lot of threes. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. Everything is 3 now. Yes, this is the new cone. You can see it there, 11 p.m. This is the 11 p.m. cone. I wonder if they updated that AOI at all. It says 1034 was the last update, and they're both the same.
All right, Caleb. Caleb, we will see you.
All right, see you later, Caleb.
I don't know.
That's all I gotta say.
I don't know.
That's all I gotta say, dude.
That's oh, whatever.
I'll be live tomorrow, so I'll see you tomorrow.
I probably won't be able to. I'll be busy all day.
Yeah, in 15 minutes, it's going to be in better alignment with that update. It will be. It'll be in better alignment with that NHC update. So we're going to wait for this recon to go through here. See what it shows. So, what do you think about this, Lucky?
No bueno.
What do you think about
Of the
going to the
storm?
Outer Banks?
Uh, I, dude, I couldn't tell you.
I'm 50-50
I mean,
on it still, but
I'm still 50-50. I'm staring at the storm, just looking at it, watching it shared apart through this loop.
are you expecting it to just teleport to NC exactly like this?
No,
The whole it's going to look like a different hurricane in 3 days, dude.
probably, yeah.
No,
Imagine
it
it will.
will. There's no probably about it. It will. It's going to look like a
And
completely different hurricane.
yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I'm still just like you, 50-50. I really don't know.
Should look better than this. I mean, they just upped the intensity by 10 miles per hour on the new cone. When it gets parallel of Charleston. The stalling is probably in part to the wind shear.
It's kind of like pushing it back.
Yeah. It's not stalling as much right now. But, I mean, over the last 10 minutes, it has started to stall again. As that eye's dissipating. So yeah, it's still moving northwest. This is the newest cone. We just got this a couple minutes ago. And it's still moving northwest. It is expected to stay Category 3 status, so they literally just downgraded it to Category 3. It's no longer Cat 4 now. Just downgraded it to Cat 3. And it's going to stay as a Category 3 for the rest of its lifespan here. All the way until it gets northeast of Bermuda. So right now it's 125 miles per hour. It will weaken tomorrow. All day tomorrow it's going to be 5 miles per hour less, 120. And then as we go back into Wednesday morning, that's when it's going to re-strengthen back to 125 miles per hour. And then as it moves parallel of the Outer Banks, it's going to slowly weaken. And then northeast of Bermuda, rapidly weaken. Between these 2 points, it's going to rapidly weaken. The trough's going to pick it up and really rapidly push it off to the northeast. And it will be extra tropical at this point, so The NHC could stop advisories as soon as either one of these points here. As soon as Friday morning, they could stop advisories on this as it turns to extratropical. It's already made the northwest turn, but it's going to turn more north here. So that's going to be Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. It should be moving almost, if not due north. But it's already made the northwest turn. If I show you the previous track, turn off all that, you can see here it was moving west. And then when it got north of Puerto Rico, it started moving more northwest. So it's already made that northwest turn. It was just a lot later than we thought and a lot more gradual than we originally thought. So that pushed the entire NHC cone more to the west recently. Look at the NAM 3K. All right. Oh, gracious day. Yeah, lucky. We should go to the Outer Banks.
You said why?
Look at the NAM 3K. We should go to the Outer Banks.
Oh, yep. Oh, I forgot we're in range now. Oh, let's see this. It's gonna be wonderful, guys. Hold on. You hear my reaction? I got you. Let's see this.
I'm not showing
Weather
that on
data
stream, y'all,
numerical.
because it's not accurate.
Let's see the NAN 3K. All right, let me
Shouldn't
Which
use cam
sector?
models for hurricanes.
not at all, y'all.
Yep,
Oh, let's see.
00Z. Dude.
I can see the stuff spinning. I can see
I
it.
can see the stuff spinning. Oh my
Uh-oh.
word. The
Here it
millibar
goes.
is insane. Dude.
I think that's NAN model wants it to almost hit NC.
Did
I
you
have a
see the
feeling.
millibar?
No, you can check the millibar on it.
I'm not going to say it out loud. I'll send you a screenshot.
I was using the Call of Duty page. Wow.
Oh my goodness.
What wins would that be with it?
You know what? I could check.
Oh.
Let's
Just
see.
text it. Just text it to me. Cause I bet it's something crazy.
10-meter winds, I can't get more than about 120 knots.
That's still what, like 135, 140?
Yeah. Dude. That is insane. That is insane. It's yeah. Yeah, it's about that low, Wacky Pocket. It sure is.
Now I can't wait to see 12Z NAM tomorrow morning.
Yeah, dude.
It'll be
You better not Okay, this is something. You know what? Look at the HRRR. I know it's a Cam 2, but I do trust the HRRR a lot more than the NAM 3K with tropical systems, but I don't use either one for forecasting them.
Not at all.
Especially the intensity. But it's just interesting because it does show some outer bands hitting as early as Wednesday afternoon.
Do you have anything with it? Like you said, the outer bands. Usually that's what causes like your like fast, like those fast moving storms, and those fast like spin ups. I remember y'all. Me and Tierdy were.
You mean tornadoes?
Yeah, spin ups.
Those fast moving storms and spin ups. That's very minimal detail on what you're talking about.
My bad, guys. But dude, last time me and TRG chased was a tornado warning here.
That's
then gone. Tornado warning
southeastern,
there.
the southeastern quadrant, dude. We're talking about the extreme northwest quadrant, like 250 miles northwest of the eye.
Oh,
There's like no wind shear. That's not the southeast quadrant, dude.
okay.
NAM 3K will verify. Watch. No, it won't. No. No, it will not. I can say that very, very, very confidently because that would literally be the strongest storm in the northern Atlantic in history. That would be tied for typhoon tip out in the western Pacific. So no, you're wrong. Let's see. There's wind shear on the northwest side. So what does that mean? There'll be northwest wind shear later, and tornadoes will be on the northwest side. Nah, no. No, much of the tornadic activity is focused on the southeast quadrant of a hurricane or tropical system. So, nope. No, that's not what it means. Your main wind shear is always focused on from about the northeast quadrant all the way down through the southeast quadrant. Oh, my SPC thing disappeared. There you go. Alright, let's see Recon here. Should have gotten at least one more Recon update. Not that one. Yep. There's a Recon update. 71 knots, 74 knots. I do not expect to see more than 100. Maybe not even more than 90 at this point. Unless they turn. I mean, if they turn and do that, then yeah, they could definitely get it in the northeast quadrant. They could get much closer to 100, 105. It depends if they're going to go for that, what's left of the eye or not. I don't know. Oops. Next Recon update will be in about 4 or 5 minutes. So we'll see very shortly where they're going. Now, this is Radar Omega. Radar Omega, Tropical Tidbits, and Cyclonic WX is what I use for Recon. Yep, 11 o'clock updates out. Looking to see if anything else changed, just in case. Just in case I somehow missed something. Yeah. Like I said, the watches and warnings look the same to me. But if you guys haven't already, make sure you hit that like button. We are 49 likes away from 400 likes. And share the stream with your family, friends, social media. Consider hitting that subscribe button with a notification bell set to all because I will be live sometime tomorrow. Most likely, I'm thinking probably about the same time. Probably about 7 p.m. Eastern. That seems to be probably a good time frame. Right about 7 Eastern tomorrow. We're not ending yet. We're still going to stay live for this entire Recon pass through the eye and through wherever they go. I don't know where they're going. I don't know where they're going at all. All I know is that they are getting in the storm right now. That was past data. Right now, they haven't gotten anything lower than 963. But yes, it was 947. What'd they go for the new update? 949. Yeah, just a little bit higher. How long is the shear going to last for? That's the question. That's the question that I can't really answer. It's still going to be in 15 knot wind shear for a while. I really don't think it's going to let up much. So I really think it's going to be in 10 to 15 knot wind shear for a while. And in terms of this amount of wind shear that's able to shred the northwest side of the system. I don't know when that's going to let up at all. I really couldn't tell you. We'll see if it lets up at all tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow night. I don't expect much change tomorrow. The only change I would anticipate tomorrow is probably tropical storm warnings and storm surge warnings for the NC coastline sometime tomorrow afternoon. So 5 to 10 knots, that's not bad wind shear. 15 to 20, that's when you start to get a little bit stronger for wind shear, and 15 is what we're at right now. And then anything more than like 15 to 20 is really going to start affecting storms quite a bit. 20 plus could tear them apart. And especially when you get higher than 20. So 5 to 10, that's okay. 10 to 15, you're getting a bit strong. 15 to 20, that's going to start interrupting the storm. And then 20 plus, yeah, could tear them apart. And we are in that 15, so we're not to the point where it could completely tear it apart, and we're not to the point where it's not going to affect it. We're right in the middle. Which there's your... Oh, there's a recon update. I missed the eye. Second time this recon has pulled a Yui. Look, they pulled whatever this is earlier. We watched that live, and now they're pulling this Yui over here. 949 millibar right there. So lowest millibar is that guy right there. However, the winds are not calm enough to be the eye. So that's why they turned around, and they may try to go a little bit to the southwest to see if they can get in this portion, or they may just go right back. I don't know what they're going to do. I don't know what they're going to do right here. Last time they did a full-on loop-de-loop. So I have no idea. All I know is that millibar is still right around 949. Just like the NHC has it. Also, we've officially gained 100 subscribers today. Over 100 subscribers today. So I appreciate you guys for hitting that subscribe button. And all the support on this live stream. By the time we are done, this will be, I believe, the third... I think the third or fourth best live stream. It will be the third. Wow. So lucky, in 21 days, I have had all of my top 3 live streams broken.
Dude.
For
crazy,
an
dude.
equivalent of over 100,000 views in 3 weeks.
Dude, that's awesome, man.
Just between those 3 live streams, that's what? Let's see. That's about 90,000 views between just those 3 streams.
Let me tell you mine. Hold on. In the past week,
insane.
Let's see.
Lucky had a great stream earlier today too. I know a lot of you guys were in that stream. It was really, really, really glad to see my viewers staying with Lucky too, even when he goes live. Which, your next live stream won't be for a little while, though, huh?
Probably Wednesday.
If we ain't gone.
Well, yeah, if we're not gone. If we are gone, probably could be Friday.
Man. Or whilst you're there.
Yeah, I'll bring my laptop.
Yep. We're gonna be 50-50 on going until like day of.
That's so bad, y'all. But that's
how
hard,
I
dude.
am.
That's just how we are, because we don't trust anything.
It's always last second.
It's always like, dude, like sometimes this dude would be like, all right, risk it today. You want to go chase? All right, hold up. Give me like 2 minutes.
We're going. We're going. And then 3 minutes later, I'm like, I don't know.
I'm like, dude, come on, let's go. I'm out the door. But no, last week I've gotten. So we're good. We're just gonna round. Okay, so we got. Oh,
And yeah,
you wanna know the number?
sure. Or you could just text it
Eh,
to me. It's up to you. So we're just waiting for Recon, y'all. We're not gonna be live till the 2 a.m. update. We're still gonna be live for a little bit longer, but not till the 2 a.m. update. I can tell you that for sure.
Oh yeah.
Let's see. Hold on. I want to see that question again. Is eye wall wrapping on the northwest side, eye dropping to the southwest? So this convection, if we loop it here, you can see this convection fired off to the far to the south off your screen like 2.5 hours ago, and it's wrapped into the eye. So it is pushing the eye to the southwest, and it is actually filling the eye in at this point. But the low pressure is still somewhere around here because we can tell that because we have cooler cloud tops to the south, to the east, and to the north. So we know our low pressure is located somewhere in here. That is still where your low pressure is. And that's the NHC's 11 o'clock update. And if you're checking your time right now on the East Coast, 11 p.m. was the update for this location. It's 11:05, and the eye is definitely southwest of that location. So this thing is still slow. It is still slower than anticipated. I feel like almost every update, this thing is just behind the pinpoint forecast.
Either behind it, to the west, to the north, to the east.
And it is definitely trended more towards an all-day Thursday thing, Lucky.
So we leave probably like,
I would still get there Wednesday evening for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
If we
night
went.
there.
I don't know.
I mean, unless you want to leave it like, because I mean, Lily, all I got, I mean, I would have to call out of work unless you really want to like, I don't know, come get me at what?
What are
10:30 at night
When?
after work. The
Wednesday?
And then
You work Wednesday?
I do work Wednesday.
Bro.
I work every Wednesday. But no, I could get someone. Unless you want to leave Wednesday night, then I don't have to get anyone. I could still work.
Nah, I wouldn't want to do that, dude.
Why?
Because it's parallel to North Carolina, like 2 p.m. Wednesday. Or 8, yeah. Maybe closer to 5 p.m. Wednesday. Yeah, it's barely moving. Barely moving. I'm definitely not going if you're making me drive from freaking 11 o'clock all the way until 3 a.m. And I don't want you driving that either.
Okay, fine.
That's just not happening. I'm not risking that one. Okay. Not when we can leave just simply 5 hours sooner. But I would leave even earlier. And if you call out if you call out of work, why not just go early?
Right.
Go on a boat. Nah. I ain't going on no boat. You're not even gonna get me in the water with this thing parallel of us. You are not even gonna get me in that water. No way. Oh, did you hear the rescues got up to about 70?
Yep.
Yep. Southeast of Wilmington.
Like, dude, that is crazy. And it's not even close to there yet.
Yeah. Yeah, it's literally moderate rip currents, not high. It'll be high tomorrow. So, hopefully all those rescues are going to encourage other people to not swim tomorrow. I don't know. This has been a very difficult hurricane to track. I think all of us can agree on that because it has done some crazy things. So the fact that it's stalling out again and being way slower again. I couldn't tell you if that means more west or east. I just couldn't tell you. And I don't want to give you something I don't know. I can tell you it's definitely going to end up making the system a bit slower for a while. Because it's obviously slowing down. That's all I could really say with confidence. And it's likely slowing down because of that wind shear. Literally one of the craziest hurricanes I've tracked. Outside of the Caribbean and the Gulf. Because like this thing was Category 5 north of the Lesser Antilles, and then that pinhole eye, and I completely believe that it had a peak intensity of like a 910 millibar and 175 sustained winds at that point. I believe the NHC their recon just was poorly scheduled, and they missed the full peak of this storm. And then after that, it underwent one of the longest, if not the longest, eyewall replacement cycle I've ever seen, lasting about a day. And then the eye never really fully recovered, and it still hasn't. Never got to poke out in all levels. All right, there's a big windy turn. Nine 949.1 looks to be what they found out here. So right in here. But honestly, that's probably close to where the center is. I'd imagine that's probably very close to where the center is. Like I said, somewhere in here. Which again, southwest of the 11 o'clock pinpoint update there. The less the millibar, the stronger it is. Typically, yes. Typically. However, it can vary system to system. So a 915 millibar could be a 165 mile per hour Cat 5, or a 915 millibar could be like an extreme high end Cat 4. It still can vary. It still could vary in intensity. It's not a set millibar doesn't have a set wind speed. It's an approximation. But generally, yeah, the lower the millibar, the greater the winds. Generally. All right, let's see here. Hold on, y'all. I gotta see something really fast. I'm gonna mute Lucky for a minute. Not like he's talking. I mean, what? Did I say that out loud? Let me go over here. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, the main thing is, you're unmuted, by the way. The main thing is just wind shear. That's really what's hurt this system. Especially today. Ever since probably like 11 a.m. And it really got strong in the last 2 hours, because we saw this whole northwest side of the system just completely get sheared off. Yeah, I can show you the path Erin's taken so far, sure. I'll turn off this, turn off this, turn off this. There you go. Turn off this too. So that's that was our 8 p.m. update right there. That 4 you see. That was the 8 p.m. update. And we'll start way back here. So it became it became tagged here. Became an invest somewhere in this area. moved over Cape Verde, left Cape Verde, became a tropical storm, stayed a tropical storm for a long time until eventually becoming a Cat 1 northeast of the Lesser Antilles, and then underwent a very rapid intensification process between these two. That is a 24-hour time frame where it went from low in Cat 1 to Cat 5, strengthened about 85 miles per hour in 24 hours, and lowered about 80 millibars or so in 24 hours. Very rapid intensification right there. Started to undergo an eye wall replacement cycle just in between this 4 and 5. It was about 5:30 p.m. Eastern time on the 16th when it underwent that eye wall replacement cycle, and it stayed on a more weakening trend for a while, then started to maintain mid-tier Cat 3, finished that eye wall replacement cycle last night, right about this point, re-strengthened back up to Category 4, got back up to Category 4 140, and then it started to struggle again right here due to wind shear. And that's its lifespan. And that is what we've been tracking for the last week. And we're going to keep tracking it for at least the next 5 days or so. 4 to 5 days. Next NHC update is 2 a.m. with a full package update of the new cone and everything being at 5 a.m. So we get a position and intensity update at 2 a.m. and then the cone and the position and the intensity and the storm surge forecast, everything updates at 5 a.m. See if we have anything here. Nope. But yeah, if you guys haven't already, make sure you hit that like button. We're just 20 likes away from 400 likes. And share the stream and the channel with your family, friends, social media, because we will be going live for another update tomorrow. And make sure you hit that subscribe button with a notification bell set to all so you know what time I go live tomorrow. I'm planning for about 7 p.m. Eastern time, right around there. Right around that time frame. But I could be substantially early. Just depends on what happens tomorrow. Wake up, Lucky. I think this dude fell asleep. What if he actually did? I'm gonna text him. What if this dude actually fell asleep? Because he hasn't talked in forever. Okay, he's still up. He just texted me. It would not have surprised me if he actually fell asleep.
Hello?
Good morning. Thought you went to
Good
bed
morning.
on me.
I did.
I knew it. I wanted to see if you had any opinions on this system or any updates you might want to give.
Other than probably what you've talked about, I mean, dude, like, y'all, this system is getting shared apart. We've talked about that. Obviously, it's gonna look different tomorrow into the next day and the next day. But right now, it's getting sheared off the whole northwestern side, and it's just it keeps slowing down too. That is another thing too. With every update, it's just slowing down. So just really just NC part like all of the East Coast, even down to Florida, because you're just gonna have to worry about strong rip currents. Like in NC, we had up to 70. Maybe that number might update of water rescues from these rip currents. So those rip currents, and that wasn't even a high risk. That was a moderate risk of rip currents
2 out
or
of
strong
3.
rip currents.
2
2
out
out
of
of 3.
3. Yep.
And tomorrow and Wednesday and even Thursday is gonna be all high risks. 3 out of 3 for rip currents. So just try not to go to the beach. If you go to the beach, just don't look at the water. Well, okay, well, no.
What? Don't look at the water. You heard it here first, folks.
Oh, no.
Don't go
I
in
meant
the
to say.
water. Oh man. That's insane, dude. Um that's crazy. That's crazy, Lucky.
Sorry, guys. You can't even look at the water. That's how strong it is. You can't even look at it. It's gonna
That's how
get mad
strong
at
the
you.
system is.
You
Can't even look at the water anymore, bro.
Put a blindfold on. Now you're not gonna see the big waves that are come hit you and make you do a backflip. Trust me, I know. I was in the ocean. I did a backflip because of how big a wave was. And the thing is, it was on a sunny day.
These ensembles
Was
are
on a-
getting pretty close, Lucky. The 18Z, there's an ensemble that's like 30 miles from landfall.
Dude.
Some of these ensembles are getting pretty close. But the main batch of them are still, and this isn't even that far, 110 miles east.
Really?
Yeah.
Was it like yesterday? It was 250.
And I could go check yesterday, so that's 00Z. It was, yeah, 250. Yup.
So 110 or 140 mile shift. And that is why, y'all, when you see a cone and you're not in it, you never ever, like, if you're around the area where the cone is, you always have to be weather aware, because whether or not, I mean, you're gonna probably get impact from it, but still, like I just said, it shifted 140 miles west from last night to tonight. So that is
That is Euro
very crazy.
ensembles, by the way.
Euro. Did I say GFS or something?
No. No, I was just
Oh, okay.
clarifying that.
Okay. And usually we love the Euro better
Watch,
than the.
let me tell you the GFS. I don't think you're ready for this.
Let me guess, like 4.5
GFS
landfalls.
main group of ensembles, 450 miles yesterday. GFS main group of ensembles today, 160. Man, that is crazy. So you think a 100-mile shift on the Euro was bad? What is that? I can't even. How much is that, Lucky? Maybe like somewhere around 300 or so.
Wait, what was the numbers again?
I don't know. I have to look at it again. I'm not gonna get the exact number. It was
around there. I rounded up to like 5 or like a 5 or a 0.
I'm not gonna get the same number again. I doubt it. About 450 yesterday, and about 160 today. On the newest run.
That's 200. That is 290 mile shift.
Dude. That's in one day. That is in one day, y'all. Yeah, that's literally in one day. Compared, it's a little bit more than one day because I compared the model runs from yesterday morning to now. But even if I do the model runs from yesterday afternoon, I'm gonna do the one from yesterday afternoon. That's where it shifted big time. Yesterday afternoon, it shifted. In one run, it shifted 100 and about 15 miles on the GEFS ensembles. In a single run yesterday afternoon for the GFS ensembles. Wow. You can see ensembles at tropicaltidbits.com as well as weathernerds.org. But all right, y'all, I think we're coming to a close. 5-hour stream here. If you haven't already, make sure you hit that like button. We're just 6 likes away from 400. And if you haven't already, make sure you hit that subscribe button. We're at 10,678 subscribers. Make sure you hit that notification bell set to all so you know when I go live tomorrow, probably somewhere around 7 p.m. Eastern time. And share the channel with your family, friends, social media. It was great having all you guys here, all the mods, mod chat, obviously. Lucky, if you want to just go ahead and do the outro, I guess, go ahead.
By the way, you have exactly 10,002 more subscribers than me.
Wow, that's crazy.
You like, well, 10,003. Yeah. Only 10K, right? Right? Like, dude, I can get that tomorrow. Like, dude, like once again, like, dude, it took you. Wow, I've been here the whole journey too. That's crazy. That's a funny thing.
Anytime now. There you go. I'm
We-
running out
we
of time here,
appreciate-
bud.
We appreciate every single last one of y'all that tuned in today. I know I do. I know he definitely does. And yeah, we hope you guys have a great night. And make sure y'all stay safe. And I'm sure he'll be back tomorrow with another update for y'all.
Yep, about 7 p.m.
Alrighty.
All right. Thanks for tuning in.
Yes, sir.
So once again, if you guys haven't already, we're just one like away. Make sure you hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel with the notification bell set to all so you know when I go live tomorrow. Again, I appreciate every last one of you guys for tuning in to this stream. All over 25,000 of you for tuning into this live stream, making it the third most popular live stream in this channel's history. And it is crazy now. It is crazy now. In the last 2 weeks, we have taken the top 3 for the most popular live streams on this channel. And at this point, I think we're over 110,000 views in the last 3 weeks. So I greatly appreciate it. I will see you guys sometime tomorrow. Make sure you stay hyper weatherware and stay very well informed to your local National Weather Service, local meteorologists, as well as the National Hurricane Center and any other official sources of weather information. So with that being said, once again, I appreciate you guys for tuning in. We're going to head to the ending screen. Music will play for approximately 3 minutes, and then that will be the end of stream. So I hope you guys have a great rest of your night, and I will see you in tomorrow's live stream. Stay safe, watch for your weather and the tropics. Again, thank you, mods from on chat. Goodbye.
See you later, brothers.
Stay safe, watch for your weather in the tropics. I'll see you guys in tomorrow's live stream. Have a great rest of your night. Thank you, Mods for Mod Chat, once again. Good.